Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter sued the Ministry of Magic for child neglect at age 9 and won control of Hogwarts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Letter in the Floorboards. The spider had been building its web in the corner for 3 days now. Harry watched it work in the thin light that crept under the cupboard door, mapping the delicate geometry of silk against the rough wood. He'd named it Charlotte, after the book he'd snuck from Dudley's second bedroom, the one filled with toys his cousin had broken and books his cousin had never read. Charlotte didn't seem to mind sharing the cupboard. She kept to her corner, and Harry kept to his thin mattress, and they had an understanding. More than Harry had with most living things in this house. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, measured approximately 6 feet long and 4 feet wide at its tallest point, tapering to nothing where the stairs descended. Harry knew these measurements exactly because he'd counted them in handspans, then converted them using the mathematics he'd taught himself from Dudley's discarded workbooks. The Dursleys hadn't meant to give him an education, but they'd given him time and solitude, and Harry had learned that those two things were more valuable than anything. He was 9 years old. He'd lived in this cupboard for as long as he could remember. The morning light told him it was early, perhaps 6 o'clock. The Dursleys wouldn't wake for another hour at least, which meant Harry had 60 minutes of peace before Aunt Petunia's sharp knock summoned him to make breakfast. 60 minutes was a treasure. Harry had learned to hoard time the way other children hoarded sweets. He should sleep. His body ached from yesterday's chores, scrubbing the bathroom tiles, weeding the garden, washing Uncle Vernon's car until it gleamed like a bloated white beetle in the driveway. But his mind was too awake, turning over problems like stones in a riverbed. The problem of Mrs. Chen, for instance. His teacher had been watching him lately. Not the way other teachers watched him, with suspicion, waiting for the trouble that Dudley always blamed on Harry, but with something else. Something that made Harry uncomfortable because he couldn't quite name it. Yesterday, she'd kept him after class. Not for punishment, but to ask if everything was all right at home. The question had frozen Harry solid for 3 full seconds, which was 3 seconds too long. He'd seen her note it, seen her file it away behind those careful eyes. Harry didn't know what to do about Mrs. Chen. She was a variable he couldn't control, and uncontrolled variables were dangerous. He shifted on his mattress, and the movement disturbed something. A creak of wood that sounded different from the usual settling of the old house. Harry went still, listening with the full attention that living with the Dursleys had taught him. When you couldn't be invisible, you learned to be silent. When you couldn't be silent, you learned to predict. The creak came again. Not from above, where Uncle Vernon's snores rumbled through the floorboards. From below. From the floor of the cupboard itself. Harry had cleaned this cupboard 100 times. He knew every nail, every cobweb, every worn groove in the wood. And he knew, with the certainty of long familiarity, that the board beneath his mattress had never made that sound before. He moved carefully, extracting himself from the thin blanket and folding it with automatic precision. The mattress was light enough to shift one-handed, and Harry did so now, exposing the bare floorboards beneath. In the gray morning light, he could see it. A board that sat slightly higher than its neighbors. A gap that hadn't been there before, or, no. A gap that had always been there, hidden beneath the mattress he'd been given when he was 4 years old. Harry's hands didn't shake as he pressed the board. He'd trained himself out of shaking years ago. But his heart beat faster, and he had to take 2 deep breaths before he could think clearly. The board lifted. Beneath it lay a hollow space, perhaps 6 inches deep. And in that space, wrapped in cloth that had once been white and was now the color of old bone, lay 3 objects. A letter. A key. And a photograph that moved. Harry stared at the photograph first, because his mind couldn't quite process what he was seeing. A man with messy black hair and glasses like Harry's own, the ones Aunt Petunia had found at a charity shop and thrown at him when he kept walking into walls, smiled up at him and waved. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, Harry's eyes, he realized with a jolt that went through him like electricity, laughed silently and leaned into the man's embrace. They looked young. They looked happy. They looked at Harry like they knew him, even though the photograph was clearly old and they couldn't possibly see him watching. The photograph moved. It moved like nothing Harry had ever seen, a continuous loop of joy that played out in his trembling hands. Magic, whispered a voice in his head. The word he'd been beaten for saying, forbidden from thinking, told again and again didn't exist. The photograph moved, and Harry knew with bone-deep certainty that everything the Dursleys had told him was a lie. He set the photograph aside with exaggerated care and reached for the letter. The envelope was thick, cream-colored, sealed with red wax that bore an imprint Harry didn't recognize, a shield with 4 animals, a lion and a snake and a badger and an eagle. His name was written on the front in elegant script, "For Harry, my beautiful boy, in case the worst has happened." Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. Tears were weakness, and weakness was punished. He'd learned that lesson early and well. But his hands were definitely shaking now as he broke the seal and unfolded the letter within. "My darling Harry, if you're reading this, then James and I are gone, and the protections we put in place have failed. I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry we couldn't stay. I don't have much time, we're about to go into hiding, and every moment I spend writing is a moment I should spend holding you, but I need you to know the truth. You deserve to know the truth, and I don't trust anyone else to tell you properly. You are a wizard, Harry. You come from a long line of witches and wizards, and you will inherit abilities that will seem like miracles. The things you can do, the strange things that happen around you, the things that can't be explained, they're not wrong. They're not freakish. They're magic, and they're yours by right." The letter continued, but Harry had to stop reading. Had to press his hand against his mouth to keep from making a sound. Had to squeeze his eyes shut and count to 10, then 20, then 50, until the tightness in his chest loosened enough for him to breathe. He wasn't broken. He wasn't a freak. He was magic. Harry read the rest of the letter in a single desperate gulp. His mother, Lily, her name was Lily, wrote about a war. About a dark wizard named Voldemort who wanted to destroy people like them. About how James and Lily had defied him 3 times and were now in hiding with their infant son. "If we don't survive, you are to go to one of the following people, in this order: 1. Sirius Black, your godfather. He would die for you, Harry. He loves you more than life itself. 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom, our dear friends. Alice is your godmother, and their son Neville is just a few months older than you. 3. Remus Lupin, who has some challenges but is one of the kindest men I've ever known. 4. Minerva McGonagall, my former teacher, who promised to look after you if needed. Under no circumstances are you to be placed with my sister Petunia. I love her, but she hates everything about our world, and I fear she would make you hate yourself. I've made this clear in our will, filed with the Ministry of Magic and with the goblins of Gringotts." Harry read that paragraph 3 times. Then a 4th. Under no circumstances. Filed with the Ministry. Made clear in the will. He was never supposed to be here. The key in this box opens our vault at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. The vault contains enough gold to see you through Hogwarts and beyond. You are the heir to the Potter family, Harry, and we were not poor. I don't know what's going to happen to us. But I know that I love you. I know that your father loves you. And I know that whatever comes, you are going to be extraordinary. If something has gone wrong, if you're reading this in a place you shouldn't be, with people who should never have had you, then find help. The magical world has laws, Harry. You have rights. Someone was supposed to protect you, and if they didn't, then they need to answer for it. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. You are loved. Always. Mum. Harry set the letter down and stared at the ceiling of his cupboard for a very long time. The rage came first. It built in his chest like a furnace, hot and bright and absolutely terrifying in its intensity. He wanted to scream. He wanted to break something. He wanted to march upstairs and demand answers from Aunt Petunia, who had always known, that Harry wasn't supposed to be here. But Harry had learned to master his emotions years ago. The Dursleys punished anger with worse anger, met resistance with cruelty. So he breathed through the rage, acknowledged it, and set it aside for later examination. The grief came second, gentler but deeper. His parents had loved him. His mother had written him a letter, had hidden it where she hoped he would find it, had given him proof that he mattered. He'd spent 8 years believing he was worthless, unwanted, a burden dumped on reluctant relatives, and it was all a lie. Harry let himself feel the grief. It was important to feel things, even when feeling hurt. He'd read that in one of Dudley's discarded psychology books. Finally, after the rage and the grief had passed through him, the clarity came. Someone had done this to him. Someone had taken a child with a home, with a family, with a vault full of gold and people who loved him, and had given him to people who locked him in a cupboard and called him a freak. His mother's letter said the magical world had laws. It said Harry had rights. It said someone was supposed to protect him. Harry was 9 years old. He'd never met a lawyer, never seen the inside of a courtroom, knew nothing about legal systems beyond what he'd glimpsed on Aunt Petunia's daytime television. But he knew injustice when he saw it. And he was very, very good at solving problems. The cupboard door rattled with Aunt Petunia's sharp knock exactly 1 hour later. Harry had already hidden the letter, key, and photograph in his pocket. He would find a better hiding place later, but for now, keeping them close felt essential. Up. Aunt Petunia's voice came through the door. Get up and make breakfast. Vernon needs to leave early today. Harry opened the door and stepped out, his face carefully blank. Aunt Petunia looked at him, looked through him, really, the way she always did, and turned away without another word. She had known. All along, she had known what he was supposed to have, who was supposed to raise him. And she had said nothing. Harry made breakfast. He scrambled eggs and fried bacon and poured juice and set the table with mechanical precision while his mind worked furiously behind his expressionless face. The letter mentioned a ministry of magic. That meant government. Government meant bureaucracy, records, official documents. If his parents had filed a will, someone had a copy of it. If his guardianship was supposed to go to specific people, someone had made that decision, and someone had overruled it. Harry needed information. He needed access to this magical world that had apparently forgotten him. And he needed leverage, because he'd learned long ago that adults didn't listen to children unless those children had something the adults wanted. What are you staring at, boy? Uncle Vernon's voice cut through Harry's thoughts. He looked up to find his uncle glaring at him from across the breakfast table, small eyes narrowed with suspicion. Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Then stop standing there like an idiot and get to your chores. Petunia needs the garden weeded before her book club arrives. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry spent the morning in the garden, pulling weeds with methodical efficiency while his mind continued to work. The sun rose higher, burning off the morning chill, and Harry's thoughts turned in increasingly focused circles. He needed help. He couldn't navigate a magical legal system alone. He was 9, and he didn't even know how to access the magical world. The letter had mentioned a bank, Gringotts, but not how to find it. It had mentioned Hogwarts, which seemed to be a school, but not where it was located. Mrs. Chen's face floated through his mind. She'd been watching him. She'd asked questions. And there was something about her, something in the way she'd looked at him when strange things happened in class, that suggested she might know more than she let on. It was a risk. Trusting anyone was a risk. But Harry had been playing it safe for 9 years, and all it had gotten him was a cupboard and a childhood of misery. Perhaps it was time to take some risks. Harry didn't get a chance to approach Mrs. Chen until 3 days later. 3 days of careful planning, of turning over scenarios in his mind, of preparing for every possible response. He was not going to waste this opportunity by being unprepared. The moment came after school, when the other students had filed out and Mrs. Chen sat at her desk grading papers. Harry lingered, straightening books on the shelf with apparent aimlessness, until they were alone. "Harry." Mrs. Chen's voice was gentle. "Is there something you need?" Harry turned to face her. He'd practiced this conversation 100 times in the cupboard, running through possibilities, preparing responses. But now that the moment was here, he found that the best approach was probably the simplest one. "You know, don't you?" he said quietly. "About me. About what I am." Mrs. Chen's pen stopped moving. She looked up at Harry, and her expression shifted, surprise, then wariness, then something that looked almost like relief. "That's a very interesting question," she said carefully. "What do you think you are?" "A wizard." Harry said the word without flinching. "My mother left me a letter. She told me what I am, what I'm supposed to have, who was supposed to raise me. She said the magical world has laws. She said I have rights." Mrs. Chen was silent for a long moment. Then she set down her pen and folded her hands on the desk. "My grandmother," she said slowly, "was born into a magical family. But she couldn't do magic herself, there's a word for it, squib. She married a muggle, a non-magical person, and left the wizarding world behind. But she told me stories. She made sure I knew what existed, even if I couldn't touch it." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He hadn't realized how tightly he'd been wound until the tension began to release. "Can you help me?" "That depends on what kind of help you need." Mrs. Chen studied him with the same careful attention she'd been showing for weeks. "I've been watching you, Harry. The bruises you try to hide. The way you flinch when people move too quickly. The meals you don't eat because you're too hungry to eat slowly, and you don't want anyone to notice. I've seen children like you before. I've made reports before. But nothing ever seems to change for you." "Magical interference," Harry said. It wasn't a question. He'd worked it out during his 3 days of thinking. "Someone's been making sure no one helps me." Mrs. Chen's eyes widened slightly. "You're remarkably clever for a 9-year-old. I've had a lot of time to think." Harry stepped closer to the desk. "My mother's letter said there's a Ministry of Magic. A government. That means laws, records, official processes. Someone decided to put me with the Dursleys, and someone's been keeping me there. I want to know who. And I want to make them answer for it." Mrs. Chen was quiet for a very long time. Harry waited, having learned long ago that silence was sometimes the most persuasive argument. "My grandmother had a friend," she finally said. "A solicitor, a lawyer, named Theodore Whitmore. His grandmother was also a squib, so he knows about the magical world without being part of it. He spent his career working in the gray space between magical and muggle law. If anyone could help you navigate what you're describing, it would be him." Harry nodded slowly. "Would he help me? Really help me, not just make the problem go away quietly?" Mrs. Chen smiled without humor. "Ted's not interested in quiet. He's interested in justice. And from what I've seen of your situation, justice has been a long time coming." Harry's heart was beating very fast now. "Can you introduce me to him? I can contact him." "But Harry," Mrs. Chen leaned forward, her expression serious. "What you're talking about, taking on a magical government, challenging people who've apparently been covering up your mistreatment for years, it's dangerous. These aren't people who play fair." "Neither am I," Harry said quietly. "Not anymore." Theodore Whitmore was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined someone old and stern, with gray hair and a grim expression, the kind of lawyer he'd seen on television courtroom dramas. Instead, the man who arrived at Mrs. Chen's apartment 2 days later was perhaps 40, with laugh lines around his eyes and a slight paunch that suggested he enjoyed good food. He wore a rumpled suit that had clearly been expensive before years of hard use, and he carried a battered leather briefcase that seemed to bulge with impossible amounts of paper. "So you're the Potter boy," Whitmore said, settling into an armchair and studying Harry with frank curiosity. "Margaret told me about you, but I have to say, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. Most 9-year-olds in your situation would be curled up in a corner somewhere, not plotting legal action. Most 9-year-olds in my situation don't find letters from their dead mothers explaining that their suffering was entirely preventable." Whitmore's eyebrows rose slightly. "May I see this letter?" Harry had made a copy, painstakingly transcribed by hand, because he wasn't about to let the original out of his possession, and handed it over. Whitmore read it slowly, his expression shifting from professional interest to something darker as he progressed. "This is extraordinary," he murmured. "Lily Evans, Lily Potter, I suppose, was remarkably thorough. Most magical wills are vague things, full of assumptions about the system working as intended. But this." He tapped the section listing Harry's intended guardians. "This is specific. This is documented. This creates standing." "Standing?" "The legal right to bring a case." Whitmore looked up at Harry with new respect. "Your mother didn't just write you a letter, Mr. Potter. She handed you a loaded weapon." Mrs. Chen brought tea while Whitmore explained the situation as he understood it. The magical world operated largely separately from the Muggle one, with its own government, laws, and courts. The Ministry of Magic had a Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a bureaucracy for handling everything from magical accidents to criminal prosecution, and, crucially, authority over the placement and welfare of magical children. "The problem," Whitmore said, "is that the magical world doesn't acknowledge Muggle legal systems. They have spells, memory charms, they're called, that can make people forget things. They have ways of altering records, influencing behavior, keeping their worlds separate. Normally, a Muggle lawyer wouldn't have standing to bring action against magical authorities." "But you're not normal," Harry said. Whitmore smiled. "No, I'm not. My grandmother was a squib, which gives me documented connection to the magical world. More importantly, I've spent 20 years building a very specific kind of practice. I specialize in cases that fall into the cracks between worlds, Muggle-born children whose families need legal help accessing the magical world, squibs who want to enforce their rights in magical courts, that sort of thing. I've appeared before the Wisengamot twice, which makes me one of only 3 Muggle solicitors in British history to do so." Harry processed this information. "So you can bring a case against the Ministry of Magic?" "I can do better than that." Whitmore leaned forward, his eyes alight with the particular gleam of a man who loved his work. "Your mother's letter mentions that your parents' will was filed with both the Ministry and with Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Gringotts is run by goblins, who are famously indifferent to human politics. They keep meticulous records, and they take their legal responsibilities very seriously. If your parents' will specifies your guardianship, and that will was violated, then we have a clear case of breach of contract at minimum." "And at maximum?" Whitmore's smile turned sharp. "At maximum? We have criminal negligence in the care of a magical child. We have potential fraud in the mishandling of the Potter estate. We have violation of a legally binding will, interference with the rights of a magical heir, and, depending on what we find when we start digging, possibly conspiracy to deprive a minor of his legal protections." Harry felt the words settle into him like stones. This was real. This could actually happen. "Who would we be suing?" he asked. "That's the question, isn't it?" Whitmore pulled a notepad from his briefcase and began scribbling. "Someone placed you with the Dursleys. Someone sealed your parents' will or ignored it. Someone has been ensuring that Muggle authorities don't intervene in your situation. We need to find out who, and we need to find out why." Mrs. Chen spoke up. "Isn't it dangerous? Going after powerful magical people?" Extremely, Whitmore said cheerfully. Which is why we're going to do this very, very carefully. The magical world, for all its power, has rules. Laws. Procedures. They're not used to people like us, people who exist in the space between worlds, who can't be memory charmed away because too many muggles already know the truth. We're going to use their own system against them. He looked at Harry with an evaluating expression. The question is whether you're prepared for what comes next. This won't be quick, Harry. It won't be easy. The people who put you with the Dursleys had reasons, good ones, bad ones, I don't know yet, and they won't give up their power quietly. You'll be scrutinized, attacked, probably threatened. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The bruises. The years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden. He thought about his mother's letter, and the life he should have had, and the people who had stolen it from him. Yes, he said. I'm ready. Whitmore nodded slowly. Then let's get to work. The next month was a blur of activity. Whitmore filed preliminary motions with both the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts, requesting access to the Potter will and any records relating to Harry's placement. The Ministry's response was slow, bureaucratic, evasive, but Gringotts replied within 3 days, confirming that they held a copy of James and Lily Potter's will and would provide access to the rightful heir upon proper identification. The identification process was complex. Gringotts required a blood test, literally, a drop of Harry's blood on an enchanted parchment, to verify his identity. Whitmore arranged for a goblin representative to visit Mrs. Chen's apartment, far from the Dursleys' home and the magical surveillance that Harry suspected surrounded it. The goblin was small, perhaps 3 feet tall, with long fingers and sharp teeth and eyes that missed nothing. He introduced himself as Grip Hook and regarded Harry with an expression that might have been respect. The Potter heir, Grip Hook said. We wondered when you would come. You wondered? The Potter accounts have been dormant for 8 years. Trust Vault access was supposed to begin when you turned 7. When no withdrawal requests came, we assumed. Grip Hook paused, as if choosing his words carefully. We assumed the wizarding authorities had their reasons for keeping you from your inheritance. Harry felt the familiar cold anger stir in his chest. What if I told you they didn't have any good reasons? Grip Hook's sharp smile was not reassuring, but it was, Harry thought, honest. Then I would say that Gringotts takes a very dim view of those who interfere with the financial rights of its clients. The Potter family has been banking with us for 7 centuries, Mr. Potter. We do not abandon our clients easily. The blood test confirmed what Harry already knew. He was Harry James Potter, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, heir to the Potter family fortune and all associated rights and responsibilities. The parchment lit up with golden light when Harry's blood touched it, and words appeared in elegant script listing his lineage, his assets, and, most importantly, the contents of his parents' will. This is... Whitmore's voice trailed off as he read the document. Harry, do you understand what this means? Harry read over his shoulder. The will was exactly as his mother's letter had described, Sirius Black as first guardian, then the Longbottoms, then Remus Lupin, then Minerva McGonagall. Under no circumstances was Harry to be placed with Petunia Dursley. But there was more. Much more. The Potter family owns property, Whitmore said slowly. Several properties, including. Harry, do you know what Hogwarts is? A school. My mother mentioned it in her letter. It's the premier magical school in Britain. Perhaps in the world. Whitmore's finger traced a line on the parchment. And according to this will, according to your family's ancient charter, the Potter family holds a founding claim on the castle and grounds. A claim that was never transferred to the ministry, never sold to the Board of Governors, never legally extinguished. A claim that, in the event of no other living Potters, passes directly to you. Harry stared at the words. They seemed to blur and swim before his eyes. I own Hogwarts. You own a founding stake in Hogwarts. The legal implications are. Whitmore shook his head. They're enormous. The ministry has been operating under the assumption that they control magical education. If this claim is valid, and Gringotts clearly believes it is, or they wouldn't have shown us this document, then they've been operating under a false premise for decades. Griphook made a sound that might have been a chuckle. The goblins have always known the Potter claim remained active. We simply had no reason to inform the ministry of their error. Why not? Harry asked. Griphook's smile widened. Because the ministry never asked. And because, Mr. Potter, watching wizards make fools of themselves is one of our few pleasures. The news that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, survivor of the killing curse, vanquisher of the Dark Lord, was suing the Ministry of Magic broke 3 weeks later. Whitmore had wanted to keep things quiet longer, to build their case before going public, but someone in the ministry leaked, and suddenly Harry's face was on the front page of a newspaper called the Daily Prophet. Boy who lived accuses Ministry of Criminal Neglect. Potter heir claims illegal placement, demands justice. Whitmore showed Harry the article in Mrs. Chen's kitchen, and Harry read it with growing anger. The reporter had gotten almost everything wrong, claiming Harry was motivated by greed, suggesting he'd been coached by anti-ministry elements, implying that his allegations were exaggerated or fabricated. This is lies, Harry said flatly. This is politics. Whitmore didn't seem surprised. The ministry controls the Prophet, more or less. They're going to try to discredit you before your case ever reaches court. We expected this. Did we expect them to call my dead mother a liar? The article had included a quote from an unnamed ministry official suggesting that Lily Potter's letter was a forgery, that her explicit instructions regarding Harry's care were almost certainly fabricated to support a money-grabbing scheme. Whitmore's jaw tightened. No. That, I did not expect. Harry looked at the newspaper for a long moment. Then, very carefully, he folded it and set it aside. They want to make this about money, he said slowly. They want people to think I'm greedy, that I don't really care about what happened to me, that I just want gold. That's the strategy, yes. Then we take that away from them. Harry looked up at Whitmore. I don't want money. I don't want compensation. I want accountability. I want the people who did this to admit what they did. I want to make sure it never happens to another child. Whitmore studied him for a long moment. You realize that giving up a claim to monetary damages makes our position weaker? Does it? Legally, yes. But. Whitmore smiled slowly. Politically? A child who refuses money and demands justice instead. That's a very different story than the Prophet wants to tell. Harry nodded. Make sure everyone knows. I don't want their gold. I want the truth. The response to Harry's declaration was immediate and dramatic. Public opinion, which had been skeptical of a child taking on the ministry, began to shift. Owls flooded into Mrs. Chen's apartment, hundreds of them, carrying letters of support, offers of assistance, and occasionally threats that Whitmore carefully catalogued for the court record. But the most important letter came from an unexpected source. Augusta Longbottom arrived at Mrs. Chen's apartment without warning on a Tuesday afternoon, appearing on the doorstep with the kind of imperious certainty that suggested she had never been denied entry to anywhere in her life. She was tall, severe, wearing a dress that looked like it had been fashionable sometime in the previous century, and she carried a stuffed vulture on her hat that Harry suspected might actually be alive. Mr. Potter, she said, looking him over with sharp eyes. I am Augusta Longbottom. I believe your mother mentioned my son and daughter-in-law in her letter. Harry felt something shift in his chest. The Longbottoms. You were supposed to take me in. Yes. Augusta's voice was carefully controlled. We were. And we were not given the opportunity to do so. She swept into the apartment without waiting for an invitation, nodding briefly to Mrs. Chen and settling into a chair with the kind of authority that made the furniture seem like it existed solely to accommodate her. Tell me everything, she said. From the beginning. Harry told her. The cupboard. The hunger. The abuse. The letter. The legal case. He spoke without emotion, presenting facts like pieces of evidence, and watched Augusta's expression grow darker with every word. Alice would have loved you, Augusta said when he finished. Her voice was rough. She would have raised you alongside Neville. You would have been brothers. What happened to them? The Longbottoms? Augusta was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her words were careful, precise. Frank and Alice were Aurors, magical law enforcement. After the Dark Lord fell, his followers sought revenge. Bellatrix Lestrange and others tortured them for information about the Dark Lord's whereabouts, believing he might return. The torture destroyed their minds. They've been in St. Mungo's hospital for the past 8 years, unable to recognize anyone, unable to care for themselves. Harry absorbed this. Another intended guardian, another path closed. And Sirius Black. My godfather. In Azkaban. The magical prison. He was convicted of betraying your parents to the Dark Lord and of murdering 13 people. He's been there since the week after your parents died. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He betrayed them. That is what the Ministry claims. Augusta's eyes were unreadable. I confess, I never believed it. Sirius Black loved your father like a brother. But the evidence was overwhelming, and there was no trial, no trial. Wartime measures. Augusta's tone dripped contempt. Barty Crouch, who ran magical law enforcement at the time, authorized direct imprisonment without trial for suspected Death Eaters. Black was thrown into Azkaban without ever facing the Wizengamot. Harry filed this information away. Another thread to pull, another injustice to examine. But first things first. Why are you here, Lady Longbottom? Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly at the formal address, but she nodded approvingly. I'm here because I failed you, Mr. Potter. Your mother trusted me to care for you if she could not, and I allowed myself to be convinced that you were safe, that your placement was appropriate. I accepted the Ministry's assurances without question. She leaned forward, her eyes fierce. I will not make that mistake again. You need allies in the magical world, people with influence and power who can stand with you when the Ministry comes for you. And they will come for you, Mr. Potter. They have too much to lose. What do you want in return? Augusta smiled, and for a moment, Harry saw the formidable woman who had raised a son to be an Auror, who had survived a war and the destruction of her family, who had never stopped fighting. I want to watch them burn, she said simply. The people who failed you, who failed my Frank and Alice, who allowed children to suffer while they protected their own power. I want to see them held accountable. And I want to help you do it. Harry studied her for a long moment. His instincts, honed by years of survival, told him she was sincere. This was not someone offering help in exchange for control. This was someone who had her own grievances, her own scores to settle, and saw in Harry a means to address them. All right, he said. Then let's get started. Augusta's involvement changed everything. She was a member of the Wizengamot, the magical parliament and high court combined, and her public support for Harry's case gave it legitimacy that no amount of legal maneuvering could have achieved. More importantly, she began introducing Harry to the magical world properly, teaching him the politics and history and culture that he would need to navigate. The magical world is older than you can imagine, she told him during one of their sessions. Older than the Ministry, older than Hogwarts, older than any institution you see today. The pureblood families trace their lineages back 1,000 years or more. They move slowly, think in generations rather than years. You won't change them quickly, Mr. Potter, but you can change them. The trick is to be patient. I've had a lot of practice being patient. Augusta's eyes softened for just a moment. Yes. I suppose you have. She took him to Diagon Alley, the magical shopping district hidden behind a pub in London. Harry walked through streets filled with wonders, owls and broomsticks and cauldrons and wands, and felt like he was seeing color for the first time after a lifetime of gray. The wand shop, Ollivander's, was dusty and cramped and smelled of wood shavings. The proprietor, an ancient man with eyes like silver moons, studied Harry for a long moment before reaching for a box on the shelf. "I wondered when I would see you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said. "I remember every wand I've ever sold. Your mother's was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration." He pressed a wand into Harry's hand. "Try this one. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry felt the wand in his grip, felt something warm and alive pulse through his fingers, felt the world shift slightly as if making room for something new. Red and gold sparks erupted from the wand's tip, showering the dusty shop with light. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. "Very curious." "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry looked at the scar in the mirror behind the counter. The lightning bolt on his forehead, which he'd always hated, which had always marked him as different. "Voldemort," he said quietly. "The man who killed my parents." "We do not speak that name," Ollivander whispered. "I do." Harry met the old man's eyes. "He's dead, and I'm not. I'll speak his name as often as I like." Ollivander held his gaze for a long moment, then slowly smiled. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I think you will do great things, Mr. Potter. Terrible, perhaps, but great." Harry paid for the wand, with gold from his vault, accessed for the first time with Griphook's assistance, and walked back into the sunlight of Diagon Alley. Augusta was waiting, and she studied his face with knowing eyes. "You felt it," she said. "The connection. The wand chose me." "That's what he said. The wand chose me. Magic chooses us all, Mr. Potter. The question is what we do with it." Harry looked at the wand in his hand, at the sunlight gleaming off its polished surface, at the world that had been hidden from him for so long and was now finally within reach. "I'm going to make things right," he said. "For myself. For everyone the ministry failed. For everyone who should have been protected and wasn't." Augusta nodded slowly. "Then let's make sure you know how to fight." The day of the preliminary hearing arrived in early autumn, when the leaves were just beginning to turn and the air had that crisp quality that promised change. Harry dressed in the finest robes Augusta had procured for him, black with silver trim, understated but clearly expensive, and studied himself in the mirror. He looked older than 9. Not physically, he was still small for his age, underfed and undersized from years of neglect, but something in his eyes had changed. The hollow, watchful look had been replaced by something harder. Something more dangerous. "Are you ready?" Whitmore asked. He'd been granted special dispensation to appear before the Wizengamot, a rare honor for a Muggle solicitor and a sign that the case was being taken seriously. "Yes. The Ministry will try to delay. They'll file motions, raise objections, do everything they can to prevent this from going forward. Don't let them rattle you. They won't." The Wizengamot chamber was deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, accessible only by a cramped elevator that descended for what felt like miles. Harry stood between Augusta and Whitmore, his hands steady, his breathing calm, his mind running through everything he'd prepared. The chamber itself was a circular room with stone benches rising in tiers around a central floor. Hundreds of witches and wizards sat in those benches, wearing plum-colored robes and expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. At the highest point sat a dumpy woman with a pink cardigan and a face like a toad, Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister and, according to Augusta, one of the most dangerous people in the ministry. And there, in the front row, sat a man Harry recognized from photographs. Albus Dumbledore was old, impossibly old, it seemed, with a white beard that fell past his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of deep purple covered in silver stars, and his eyes, bright blue, piercing, unsettling, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. This was the man who had placed him with the Dursleys. The man who had ignored his mother's explicit instructions. The man who had condemned Harry to 8 years of abuse. Harry met those blue eyes without flinching. "The Wizengamot will come to order," called a voice from somewhere above. "We are here to consider the preliminary motions in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Whitmore, you may present your case for proceeding." Whitmore rose, his Muggle suit somehow not looking out of place in this ancient magical chamber. He had presence, Harry realized, not magical power, but the kind of authority that came from absolute confidence in one's purpose. "Esteemed members of the Wizengamot," Whitmore began, "we are here today because a child was failed. Failed by the institutions meant to protect him. Failed by the individuals entrusted with his care. Failed by a system that prioritized convenience over justice." He laid out the facts with devastating precision. The will. The explicit instructions. The placement with the Dursleys despite clear documentation that it should never have happened. The years of abuse. The magical interference that prevented Muggle authorities from intervening. "Someone made decisions about this child's life," Whitmore said. "Someone overruled the wishes of his parents, ignored the legal requirements of magical guardianship, and consigned him to years of suffering. We are here to find out who, and we are here to hold them accountable." The ministry's response came from a wizard named Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, Harry realized with surprise. Fudge was a small man with a lime-green bowler hat and an expression of perpetual anxiety. "This is all very dramatic," Fudge said, "but the fact remains that Harry Potter was placed with his relatives for his own protection. The blood wards established by his mother's sacrifice required him to live with a blood relative. Dumbledore himself made this decision, and Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our age. Are we really going to second-guess his judgment based on the complaints of a child?" "With respect, Minister," Whitmore replied, "we're not second-guessing his judgment. We're examining his actions. And under both magical and Muggle law, those actions constitute criminal negligence at minimum." The hearing continued for hours. Motions were filed, objections raised, procedural arguments made. Harry sat in silence, watching, learning, noting which members of the Wizengamot seemed sympathetic and which seemed hostile. And through it all, Dumbledore watched him. When the session finally ended, with a decision to proceed to full trial scheduled for the following month, Harry found himself face to face with the old wizard in the corridor outside the chamber. "Harry," Dumbledore said. His voice was kind, grandfatherly, but Harry had learned not to trust kindness that came without cost. "I had hoped we might speak privately. My solicitor has advised me not to discuss the case with opposing parties." "This isn't about the case." Dumbledore's eyes were very blue, very bright. "This is about you. About your safety. There are things you don't understand, Harry, dangers you can't imagine, then explain them to me." Dumbledore hesitated. "It's complicated. I'm 9 years old," Harry said quietly. "I've lived in a cupboard for 8 years. I've been starved and beaten and told I was worthless. I think I can handle complicated. The blood wards protected me from external threats. I understand that." Harry kept his voice level, his expression calm. "But they didn't protect me from the people inside the house. They didn't protect me from hunger or cold or fear. You weighed my physical safety against my well-being and decided the well-being didn't matter. You made a choice about my life without ever asking me, without ever checking on me, without ever making sure the protection was worth the price." Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched, as if Harry's words had physical force. "I thought," the old wizard began. "You thought you knew best. You thought your judgment was sufficient. You thought a child's suffering was acceptable if it served your greater purpose." Harry stepped closer, and something in his eyes made even the great Albus Dumbledore take a step back. "You were wrong. And now you're going to answer for it." He walked past Dumbledore without another word, leaving the old wizard standing alone in the corridor. Augusta caught up with him at the elevator. "That was well done," she said. "Not many people can make Dumbledore uncomfortable. He should be uncomfortable. He should be more than uncomfortable. He will be." Augusta pressed the button for the elevator, her expression thoughtful. "The trial is going to be challenging. The Ministry has resources we can't match, political influence that spans decades. They'll fight dirty. I know. And Dumbledore, whatever else he is, he's not evil, Harry. Misguided, arrogant, convinced of his own righteousness, but not evil. He genuinely believed he was protecting you." Harry considered this. "Does that matter?" "It might. To you, if no one else." Augusta looked at him with something approaching gentleness. "Vengeance is satisfying, but it doesn't heal anything. If you win this case, and I believe you will, you'll need to decide what comes next. Whether you want to punish or to fix." Harry thought about the cupboard. The darkness. The spider named Charlotte, his only companion for years. He thought about his mother's letter, her hope that he would find help, her trust that the system would work. "Both," he said finally. "I want both." Augusta smiled. "Then let's make sure you get them." That night, in Mrs. Chen's apartment, Harry dreamed of a castle. He stood in a vast entrance hall, stone walls rising around him like the ribs of some great beast. Torches flickered in brackets, casting dancing shadows, and somewhere in the distance, he could hear the sound of water, a lake, perhaps, or a river. The castle felt alive. Not in a frightening way, but in the way a house feels lived in, warm, welcoming. Harry walked through empty corridors and up winding staircases, and everywhere he went, he felt the building watching him. Waiting for him. He came at last to a room at the top of a tower. It was circular, lined with windows that looked out over mountains and forest and a great dark lake. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal lay a stone, smooth and white and pulsing with gentle light. Harry approached the stone. Reached out his hand. Touched it. The castle shuddered. And Harry woke with a single word echoing in his mind, a word that felt like a key turning in a lock: home. He lay in the darkness, breathing hard, and knew with absolute certainty that the dream had been real. The castle existed. The castle was Hogwarts. And somehow, impossibly, it had been calling to him. He was 9 years old. He was suing the Ministry of Magic. He apparently owned a magical school. And he was just getting started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. 3 months changed everything and nothing. Harry still slept in the cupboard under the stairs. The Dursleys hadn't dared touch him since Whitmore's first letter arrived, a formal notice that Harry was now under legal protection, that any further mistreatment would be documented and used as evidence, that the eyes of 2 worlds were watching. But they hadn't given him a bedroom either. Aunt Petunia's lips went white whenever she looked at him, and Uncle Vernon's face turned that particular shade of purple that used to precede the worst punishments. Now it just preceded silence. Harry found he preferred the silence. The owls came every day. At first, it had been dozens, letters of support, letters of condemnation, letters from people who claimed to have known his parents, letters from people who wanted something from the boy who lived. Whitmore had set up a system to sort them. Genuine correspondence went to Augusta for vetting, threats went into a file for the court record, and everything else went into storage for later review. But the volume had increased. Dozens became hundreds. The Dursleys' neighbors had started to notice the unusual bird traffic, and Uncle Vernon had taken to standing in the garden with a broom, swatting at any owl that came too close. It didn't help. The owls were persistent, and they were magic, and they didn't particularly care about brooms. Harry sat at the kitchen table on a grey November morning, eating the toast he'd made himself. The Dursleys no longer. Required him to cook their meals, which was perhaps the only improvement in his daily life, and reading through the latest batch of sordid correspondence. Most of it was useless. Effusive praise from strangers who'd never lifted a finger to help him. Requests for interviews from the Daily Prophet, which had pivoted from attacking him to desperately seeking access. Invitations to social events from pureblood families who smelled opportunity. But one letter caught his attention. The envelope was plain cream parchment, unmarked except for his name in neat handwriting. Inside, a single sheet, "Mr. Potter, I knew your mother. We were friends at Hogwarts, before circumstances drove us apart. I have followed your case with great interest, and I believe I may have information that would be useful to you. I am not a good man. I have done things I deeply regret, things that cannot be undone. But I owed Lily a debt that I never had the chance to repay. Perhaps this is my opportunity. If you are interested, respond to this letter. The owl will wait." Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside. The initials meant nothing to him, but the mention of his mother, and the admission of being not a good man, suggested this was someone with genuine information rather than another opportunist. He would ask Augusta about it. She knew everyone in the magical world, or at least knew of them. The kitchen door opened, and Aunt Petunia entered. She stopped when she saw Harry at the table, her face cycling through several expressions before settling on rigid neutrality. "You have a visitor," she said, the words clearly costing her something. "That woman. In the sitting room." "Augusta, then." Harry gathered his letters and stood. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." She flinched at the courtesy, as if kindness from him was somehow worse than hostility. Harry didn't understand the Dursleys, had never understood them, probably never would, but he'd stopped trying. They were a problem to be managed, not a puzzle to be solved. Augusta Longbottom sat in the Dursleys' best armchair like a queen holding court in a peasant's cottage. She wore deep purple robes today, her ever-present vulture hat perched at a jaunty angle, and her expression suggested she found the floral wallpaper personally offensive. "Mr. Potter," she said as Harry entered. "We have a great deal to discuss. The Ministry's response to our filing. Among other things." Augusta's eyes flickered to the doorway, where Aunt Petunia was hovering with obvious reluctance. "Mrs. Dursley, I believe my conversation with your nephew is private." "It wasn't a request." Aunt Petunia's face reddened, but she retreated, closing the door behind her with more force than necessary. "The Ministry," Augusta continued once they were alone, "has begun their counteroffensive. Fudge is frightened, genuinely frightened, which makes him dangerous. A frightened politician will do almost anything to survive." "What are they claiming?" "Several things." Augusta produced a scroll from her robes and unrolled it. "First, they're arguing that your mother's letter is a forgery. They've hired a magical documents expert to testify that the parchment is too new, the ink too fresh, for something supposedly written 9 years ago." Harry felt cold anger settle in his stomach. "It's not a forgery. We know that. Gringotts has verified the letter's authenticity through their own methods, which are considerably more reliable than anything the Ministry's expert can produce. But the point isn't to win the argument, it's to muddy the waters. Create doubt. Make people wonder. What else? They're attacking Mr. Whitmore's standing. Arguing that a Muggle solicitor has no business appearing before the Wisengamot, regardless of his family connections. They want the case transferred to a Ministry-appointed advocate. Someone they can control. Precisely. Augusta's smile was sharp. They've also begun a rather aggressive campaign in the Prophet. Here. She handed Harry a newspaper. The front page headline made his jaw tighten. Troubled child or troubled claims. Ministry sources question Potter's mental state. The article was worse than the headline. Unnamed sources suggested that Harry's years with Muggles had left him confused about the magical world, that his allegations were the result of childhood fantasies, encouraged by unscrupulous advisors. There was even a quote from a supposed mind healer discussing how trauma could cause children to construct elaborate false narratives. "They're saying I'm crazy," Harry said flatly. "They're suggesting it. There's a difference, legally speaking, though not much of one in terms of public perception." Augusta took the paper back. "This is Umbridge's work. She's Fudge's attack dog, and she's very good at what she does." Harry remembered the toad-faced woman from the preliminary hearing. The pink cardigan, the simpering smile, the eyes that missed nothing. She was watching me. During the hearing. She watches everyone. It's how she survived this long. Augusta leaned forward. "Harry, I need you to understand something. The Ministry isn't just fighting a legal case. They're fighting for their legitimacy. If you win, if it's proven that they failed a child, the most famous child in our world, it opens the door to every other case of negligence, every other failure, every other cover-up. You're not just a lawsuit to them. You're an existential threat." Harry absorbed this. It wasn't surprising, he'd suspected as much, but hearing it laid out so plainly drove the reality home. "So they'll do anything to stop me. Anything within the bounds of what they can get away with. And possibly some things outside those bounds." Augusta's expression was grim. "We need to be prepared for escalation. Not just legal maneuvers, actual interference. Attempts to discredit you, intimidate your supporters, perhaps even remove you from the situation entirely." "Remove me?" "The Ministry has emergency powers regarding magical children in crisis situations. They could argue that your current living arrangement is unsuitable, which it obviously is, and use that as grounds to take you into protective custody. Once you're in their custody, the case becomes considerably more difficult to pursue." Harry thought about this carefully. The Dursleys' house was terrible, but it was a known quantity. Ministry custody was an unknown, and unknowns were dangerous. How do we prevent that? We establish alternative guardianship before they can act. Augusta straightened in her chair. "I've spoken with my solicitors. I'm prepared to petition for emergency custody on the grounds that I was named in your mother's will as a potential guardian. It won't be permanent, we'll need the full trial for that, but it would block any Ministry attempt to take control." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He hadn't realized how tightly wound he'd been until the tension began to release. "You do that? I should have done it 8 years ago." Augusta's voice was rough. "When Dumbledore announced your placement with Muggles, I should have demanded to see the will. Should have insisted on verification. Instead, I accepted his assurances and went home to grieve my own losses." She met Harry's eyes. "I failed you, Mr. Potter. This is the least I can do to make amends." Harry nodded slowly. "All right. How do we proceed?" "We file today. The hearing will be tomorrow. Emergency custody moves quickly. You'll need to testify again, briefly, confirming that you consent to the arrangement." Augusta paused. "There's one other matter." "Yes." "Dumbledore has requested a meeting. With you, specifically, outside the context of the trial." Harry's expression didn't change, but his hand tightened around the arm of his chair. "No. Hear me out." Augusta held up a hand. "I'm not suggesting you give him what he wants. But refusing to engage entirely has its own costs. It makes you look afraid, or vindictive. A brief, supervised meeting, with Whitmore present, and myself as well, allows you to demonstrate that you're reasonable while controlling the narrative." "What does he want?" "I don't know. To explain himself, perhaps. To apologize." Augusta's tone suggested she found both possibilities equally likely and equally insufficient. "The request came through official channels, which means he's being careful. Whatever he says to you will be on the record." Harry considered it. His instinct was to refuse, to deny Dumbledore any access, any opportunity to manipulate or explain away what he'd done. But Augusta was right about appearances. And there was something to be said for facing your enemies directly. One meeting, he said finally. Supervised, recorded, with the right to end it at any time. I'll make the arrangements. Augusta rose, gathering her things. The custody hearing is at 10 tomorrow morning. I'll have appropriate robes sent over. The Wiesengemot takes appearances seriously, and you should look the part. Harry walked her to the door, where Aunt Petunia was lurking in the hallway, pretending to dust a shelf that had never been dusty. Mrs. Dursley, Augusta said pleasantly, I'll be filing for custody of your nephew today. You should expect ministry officials to contact you regarding the transition. I trust you won't make things difficult. Aunt Petunia's face went through several colors. Custody? You can't just, we're his family, you are the family that locked him in a cupboard for 8 years. Augusta's voice could have frozen the Thames. Be grateful I'm not filing charges. Good day. She swept out the door, leaving Aunt Petunia sputtering and Harry fighting down an unfamiliar sensation that might have been satisfaction. The custody hearing went exactly as Augusta had predicted. The ministry objected, of course. Umbridge herself appeared to argue that Lady Longbottom's petition was premature and inappropriate, that proper channels existed for such matters, that rushing a decision of this magnitude was irresponsible. But Augusta had anticipated every argument. She presented the will, authenticated by Gringotts. She presented evidence of the Dursleys' treatment, photographs of the cupboard, medical records showing Harry's malnutrition, Mrs. Figg's documented concerns stretching back years. She presented letters from prominent magical families supporting her petition. And she presented Harry. He sat in the witness chair, wearing the new robes Augusta had provided, dove gray, understated, clearly expensive without being ostentatious, and answered questions with the calm precision that had become his trademark. Do you consent to Lady Longbottom's custody, Mr. Potter? I do. Do you understand that this arrangement is temporary, pending the outcome of your ongoing case against the ministry? I do. Do you have anything you wish to say to the Wiesengemot before we render our decision? Harry paused. This wasn't in the script. Whitmore had told him to keep his answers short, direct, unemotional. But there was an opportunity here, and Harry had learned to recognize opportunities. I want to say thank you, he said carefully, to the members of this body who take their responsibilities seriously. Who understand that the protection of magical children isn't a burden to be avoided, but a duty to be honored. I've spent 8 years learning what happens when that duty is neglected. I hope, his voice caught slightly, genuinely, I hope no other child has to learn that lesson. The chamber was silent. Harry could feel the weight of hundreds of eyes, the pressure of judgment being formed. He'd gambled on sincerity, on letting them see the child beneath the composure. It was a risk. The chief warlock, an ancient wizard named Tiberius Ogden who had replaced Dumbledore in that role after the preliminary hearing, cleared his throat. The petition is granted. Custody of Harry James Potter is transferred to Augusta Longbottom, effective immediately, pending final determination at trial. He banged his gavel. This hearing is adjourned. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Moving into Longbottom Manor was disorienting in ways Harry hadn't expected. The house itself was enormous, ancient stone and climbing ivy, rooms that seemed to shift when you weren't looking, portraits that whispered to each other as you passed. There were house elves, strange creatures with enormous eyes and bat-like ears who appeared silently to fulfill any need before Harry could articulate it. There were gardens that bloomed with plants Harry didn't recognize, some of which seemed to bloom back at him. And there was Neville. Augusta's grandson was 9 years old, like Harry, but that was where the similarities ended. Where Harry was sharp and watchful, Neville was soft and uncertain. Where Harry had been hardened by neglect, Neville had been smothered by expectation. He was the heir to the Longbottom family, son of heroes, and the weight of that legacy had pressed him into something small and anxious. They met on Harry's second day at the manor, in the greenhouse where Neville spent most of his time. Gran says I should show you around, Neville said, not quite meeting Harry's eyes. His hands were buried in soil, tending to a plant with purple leaves that seemed to purr under his attention. But you probably don't want to see the greenhouses. Nobody wants to see the greenhouses. I'd like to see them, Harry said, and meant it. The plants were strange and wonderful, alive in ways he'd never imagined. Neville looked up, surprised. Really? I've never seen anything like this. The Dursleys had a garden, but it was just grass. Flowers. Normal things. Normal things are boring. Neville's face animated slightly. This is a Flutterby bush, it changes color based on what you're feeling. And this is Mimbulus Mimbletonia, it's from Assyria, and it has the most amazing defense mechanism, it squirts stink sap if you startle it. He was off, suddenly voluble, words tumbling over each other as he led Harry through rows of increasingly exotic plants. Harry listened, asked questions, and watched the transformation with quiet fascination. This was who Neville was, he realized. Not the nervous, stammering boy who shrank from his grandmother's expectations, but this. Someone who knew things, who cared deeply, who came alive when he was allowed to be himself. Your grandmother says you're the boy who lived, Neville said eventually, when the tour had wound down and they sat on upturned pots in a corner of the greenhouse. She says you survived the killing curse and defeated you-know-who. That's what they tell me. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember what happened to my parents either. Neville's voice was small. Gran says they were brave. The bravest people she ever knew. Sometimes I think she wishes I was more like them. Harry considered his response carefully. My mother was brave too. She died protecting me. But I don't think she'd want me to be exactly like her. I think she'd want me to be myself. How do you know what she'd want? She left me a letter. Harry pulled the photograph from his pocket, the moving one, the one he carried everywhere now. And this. He showed Neville the image of James and Lily, waving and laughing in their eternal loop. Neville stared at it with wide eyes. They look happy. They were. I think. Harry tucked the photograph away. I don't really know them. I just know what they left behind. Is that enough? Harry thought about the cupboard, the darkness, the years of wondering why he'd been abandoned. He thought about the letter, the will, the truth he'd uncovered. It has to be, he said finally. It's all I have. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, surrounded by rustling plants and the warm humidity of the greenhouse. It was, Harry realized, the closest thing to friendship he'd ever experienced. Can I tell you something? Neville asked eventually. Of course. I'm scared of Gran. I know she loves me, but she's so much. She expects me to be this great wizard, this hero like my parents, and I'm just me. I can't even do magic properly most of the time. Can I tell you something? Harry replied. Neville nodded. I'm scared of everything. All the time. The cupboard taught me that. But being scared doesn't mean you're weak. It just means you're paying attention. Harry met Neville's eyes. You're the first person my age who's ever talked to me like I'm normal. Not the boy who lived, not the Potter heir, just Harry. That matters more than you know. Neville's cheeks reddened. You seem nice. And your plants like you. The Flutterby bush turned gold when you came in. That means it trusts you. Harry glanced at the bush, which was indeed radiating a warm golden color. Plants can trust people. Plants know things. Gran says it's nonsense, but I think they understand more than we realize. Harry filed this away. Another piece of magic, another wonder in a world full of them. Friends, he offered, extending his hand. Neville's smile was brilliant and genuine. Friends. The meeting with Dumbledore was scheduled for the following week, at the Ministry itself, neutral ground, Augusta called it, though Harry suspected nowhere in the magical world was truly neutral where Dumbledore was concerned. They gathered in a small conference room, all polished wood and uncomfortable chairs. Whitmore sat on Harry's right, Augusta on his left, their combined presence a wall of protection. Across the table, Dumbledore sat alone, looking smaller somehow without the grandeur of the Wisengamot chamber behind him. "Thank you for agreeing to meet," Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle, grandfatherly, and Harry trusted it not at all. "I know you have little reason to speak with me." "You're right," Harry said. "I don't. But Lady Longbottom suggested it might be productive." Augusta always was pragmatic. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to her, something unreadable in his expression. "She served you well in this matter." "Better than you served him," Augusta said coolly. "Say what you came to say, Albus." Dumbledore sighed, and for a moment, he looked genuinely old. Not the powerful wizard who had dueled Dark Lords and shaped the fate of nations, just a tired man carrying too many regrets. "When Voldemort fell," he began, "when your parents died and you survived, I was faced with an impossible choice. You were famous, Harry. The most famous child in our world, a symbol of hope and victory. Everyone wanted you, wanted to raise you, shape you, use you for their own purposes. So you decided to hide me. I decided to protect you." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Your mother's sacrifice created powerful magic, blood magic, the oldest and most powerful kind. As long as you lived with someone who shared her blood, you would be protected from Voldemort and his followers. The wards around Privet Drive made you invisible to anyone who wished you harm. Except the people inside the wards." Dumbledore flinched. I didn't anticipate that. Your aunt was your mother's sister. I believed, I hoped, that family love would overcome past differences." "You hoped." Harry's voice was flat. "You didn't check. You didn't verify. You just hoped, and when your hope was wrong, I paid the price. I checked." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "Not often enough, but I checked. Arabella Figg reported to me regularly. She told me you were thin, that you seemed quiet, that there were concerns. But she also told me you were alive, and I told myself that was what mattered. That you being safe was more important than you being happy." Harry felt the familiar cold anger, but something else too, something that might have been pity, if he allowed it. Dumbledore wasn't lying. Harry could see it in the old man's eyes, the genuine anguish beneath the careful composure. But understanding wasn't the same as forgiving. "You made a choice," Harry said. "You decided my suffering was acceptable. You decided the blood wards were worth the cost of my childhood. Maybe you were even right, maybe I would have been killed without them. But you don't get to make that choice for me. You don't get to decide what I'm willing to sacrifice." "No," Dumbledore agreed quietly. "I don't. I never did, and I was wrong to act as though I could." "Then why didn't you stop? When Mrs. Figg reported concerns, why didn't you investigate? When my mother's will was clear about who should raise me, why didn't you honor it?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with something that sounded like despair. "Because I was afraid. Afraid that if I moved you, the wards would fall. Afraid that Voldemort's followers would find you. Afraid that the prophecy would be fulfilled in ways I couldn't control." He met Harry's eyes. "I told myself I was protecting you. But I think I was protecting my own conscience. It was easier to believe you were safe and hidden than to confront the possibility that I had made a terrible mistake." "What prophecy?" The question hung in the air. Dumbledore's expression shifted, surprise, then calculation, then something that looked almost like relief. "You don't know." "I know a dark wizard named Voldemort killed my parents and tried to kill me. I know I survived something I shouldn't have survived. I know you decided my life based on information you've never shared with me." Harry leaned forward. "What prophecy?" Dumbledore looked at Whitmore, then at Augusta, then back at Harry. He seemed to be weighing something, making a decision. "Before you were born," he said slowly, "a prophecy was made. It spoke of a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord, a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. That child was you, Harry. Voldemort learned of the prophecy and decided to eliminate the threat before it could grow. That's why he came for your family. That's why your parents died." Harry absorbed this. A prophecy. His entire life, his parents' deaths, his years of suffering, everything, because of words spoken before he was born. "That's why you hid me," he said. "Not just to protect me from Death Eaters. To protect me from Voldemort himself. Voldemort is not dead." Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. "Weakened, yes. Diminished. But not dead. I have spent the past 8 years searching for proof, and I am certain of this: he will return. And when he does, he will come for you." The room was silent. Harry could feel Augusta's tension, Whitmore's careful attention, but his own mind was strangely calm. "So I'm a target," he said. "I've always been a target. And you thought keeping me ignorant and isolated would somehow make me safer. You thought wrong." Harry stood, his chair scraping against the floor. "I'm not a chess piece to be moved around a board. I'm not a symbol or a prophecy or a weapon. I'm a person. And I deserve to know the truth, about who I am, about what's coming, about why my life has been shaped by forces I didn't understand." Dumbledore bowed his head. "You're right. You did deserve that. I have no defense except my own fear and foolishness." Harry looked at the old wizard for a long moment. There was no satisfaction in this, no triumph in seeing Dumbledore humbled. Just a weary recognition that the man who had caused so much harm had been, in his own way, trying to prevent greater harm. "I don't forgive you," Harry said finally. "I don't know if I ever will. But I'm not going to spend my life being angry at you. That's not what my mother would have wanted." "What do you want, Harry?" "I want the truth. All of it. No more secrets, no more protection that comes at my expense. If Voldemort is coming back, I need to know how to fight him. If there are people who failed me, they need to face consequences. And if there are children being failed right now, the way I was failed, that needs to stop." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I will tell you everything I know. The prophecy, Voldemort's history, the steps I believe he took to ensure his survival. And I will support your case against the Ministry, not because I expect forgiveness, but because you're right. The system that failed you needs to change." "That's a start," Harry said. "But it's not enough." "What else?" "When the trial is over, when we've established what happened and who's responsible, you're going to help me fix it. Not from the shadows, not through manipulation. Openly. Publicly. You're going to use your influence to build something better." Dumbledore's eyes brightened with something that might have been hope. "You would trust me with that?" "No," Harry said honestly. "But I'd rather have you where I can watch you than working in the dark. You've proven you can't be trusted to act alone. So you won't act alone. You'll work with people who can hold you accountable." Augusta made a small sound that might have been approval. Whitmore was writing furiously on his notepad. Dumbledore rose and extended his hand. "Then I am at your service, Mr. Potter. For whatever that's worth." Harry looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. "We'll see what it's worth," he said. "In time." The news that Dumbledore had publicly aligned himself with Harry's case sent shockwaves through magical Britain. The Prophet, which had been running increasingly desperate hit pieces against Harry, suddenly found itself without a clear narrative. Their greatest weapon against the troubled child had been the implicit backing of the greatest wizard of the age. Now that weapon had been turned against them. Dumbledore supports Potter claims Chief Warlock admits grave mistakes in Boy Who Lived placement. The article was carefully neutral. The prophet didn't dare criticize Dumbledore openly, but Harry could read the panic between the lines. The Ministry's strategy had relied on dismissing his claims as the fantasies of a traumatized child. With Dumbledore's corroboration, that strategy was dead. But not everyone was pleased with the development. "You're making a mistake," Augusta said, 3 days after the meeting. They were in her study, surrounded by books and papers and the accumulated weight of centuries. "Albus Dumbledore cannot be trusted. He will use you for his own purposes, just as he always has." "I know." Harry was reviewing documents Whitmore had sent over, preliminary findings from the Ministry's own archives, obtained through legal compulsion. "But he's more useful as an ally than an enemy. And this way, I can watch him." "You think you can watch Albus Dumbledore?" "I think I can make sure he has witnesses. He's spent decades operating alone, making decisions without accountability. That ends now." Harry looked up from his papers. "You don't trust him either. Help me keep him honest." Augusta studied him for a long moment, then smiled grimly. "You're more like your mother than I expected. She had the same way of turning problems into tools. Tell me about her." The request surprised Augusta, Harry could tell. But she settled back in her chair, her expression softening slightly. "Lily Evans was brilliant. Everyone knows that, top of her year, exceptional at charms, could have done anything she wanted. But that's not what made her special." Augusta's voice took on a reminiscent quality. "What made Lily special was her kindness. She saw people, really saw them, past the blood status and the house rivalries and the political nonsense. She was one of the only people who could make your father behave himself, and believe me, James Potter needed someone to make him behave." "Were they happy?" "My parents?" "Deliriously. Annoyingly, even." Augusta's smile was bittersweet. "They were so young, barely out of Hogwarts when they married, younger still when they had you. But they loved each other fiercely, and they loved you even more. I remember when you were born, James carried you around like you were made of glass." Lily couldn't stop laughing at him. Harry felt something ache in his chest. These were people he would never know, moments he would never witness. All he had were other people's memories. "Do you have photographs?" "Of my parents, I mean. Things from when they were young." "I might have a few. I'll have the house elves look." Augusta paused. "There's someone else who might have more. Someone who knew them better than I did." "Who?" "Remus Lupin. The third name on your mother's list." Augusta's expression became complicated. "He was one of your father's closest friends. Part of their little group at Hogwarts. They called themselves the Marauders, if you can believe it." "Where is he now?" "That's the complicated part." Augusta sighed. "Remus is a werewolf. He was bitten as a child, and he's lived with the condition ever since. In the magical world, werewolves face severe discrimination. They're banned from most employment, required to register with the Ministry, treated as dangerous creatures rather than people. After your parents died, Remus disappeared. Went underground. I've heard rumors he's been living on the margins, taking whatever work he can find." Harry absorbed this. Another person who should have been part of his life, driven away by circumstances and prejudice. "Can you find him?" "Possibly. But Harry," Augusta hesitated. "Werewolves are feared for a reason. The transformation is violent, dangerous. Even Remus, who by all accounts is a good man, becomes something else during the full moon. He was my mother's friend. He was supposed to raise me if the others couldn't. I want to meet him." Augusta studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "I'll make inquiries." Remus Lupin arrived at Longbottom Manor 2 weeks later, looking like a man who had been running for years and had finally been given permission to stop. He was younger than Harry expected, only in his late 20s, though exhaustion and grief had carved deeper lines into his face. His robes were patched and faded, his hair prematurely gray at the temples. But his eyes, when they met Harry's, were warm and desperately hopeful. "Harry," he breathed. "Merlin, you look just like James." "But your eyes are my mother's," Harry finished. "I know. Everyone tells me." Remus laughed, a sound that seemed to surprise him. "I'm sorry. I'm being ridiculous. It's just, I haven't seen you since you were a baby. I didn't know if you'd even want to meet me." "Why wouldn't I?" The question seemed to pain Remus. "I abandoned you. After your parents died, I should have fought for custody. I should have done something. Instead, I let Dumbledore convince me that you were better off with family, and I ran away. I couldn't face the reminders of what I'd lost." Harry considered this. He understood grief now, in ways he hadn't before. He understood how pain could make you do things you'd regret. "Did you know?" he asked. "About how the Dursleys treated me?" "No." Remus's voice was raw. "I swear to you, Harry, I had no idea. Dumbledore said you were safe, that the Blood Wards would protect you, that it was better for everyone if I stayed away. I believed him. God help me, I believed him. A lot of people believed him. That doesn't excuse it. I should have checked. Should have demanded proof. Your mother trusted me to look after you if anything happened to her, and I failed her." Harry was quiet for a moment, watching the man who might have been his father in all but blood. He saw the guilt, the self-recrimination, the years of regret. He saw someone who had been broken by loss and was trying, desperately, to find a way to atone. "I don't need you to apologize," Harry said finally. "I need you to tell me about my parents. Who they really were, not just the stories. I need you to help me understand where I come from." Remus's eyes glistened. "I can do that. I can tell you everything. James and Lily were the best friends I ever had. They accepted me when no one else would. They made me believe I could be more than my condition." "Then start there," Harry said. "Start at the beginning." They talked for hours. Remus told Harry about meeting James on the Hogwarts Express, both of them 11 and terrified and pretending otherwise. About the discovery of Remus's secret, and how James and Sirius and Peter had become animagi, illegal, unregistered, brilliant, just so they could keep him company during his transformations. About the pranks and the adventures and the way the four of them had been inseparable. He told Harry about Lily, the fierce Muggle-born who had hated James for years before falling in love with him. About their wedding, small and secret and perfect. About the day Harry was born, and the way James had wept with joy. And he told Harry about the war. The darkness that had fallen over the magical world, the friends lost, the impossible choices. About going into hiding, and the betrayal that had ended everything. "Sirius," Harry said, when Remus finally fell silent. "My godfather. He's in Azkaban." "Yes. For betraying my parents. For killing 13 people." Remus was quiet for a long moment. "That's what they say. But I knew Sirius Black for 11 years. He was reckless and hot-headed and sometimes cruel, but he loved your father more than anyone. The idea that he would betray James." Remus shook his head. "I've spent 8 years trying to reconcile what I know with what I was told. I've never succeeded." Harry filed this away. Another thread to pull, another question to ask. But not now. Now, there were more important things. "Will you stay?" he asked. "Here, I mean. Lady Longbottom has agreed to house you while the trial continues. I'd like you to be part of this." Remus looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. "You'd want that? After everything? You're the only connection I have to my parents that isn't complicated by politics or guilt or agenda." You knew them. You loved them. I want to know them through you. Remus's answer was a long time coming, but when it came, it was with a trembling smile. Then I'll stay. For as long as you want me. The day before the trial was set to begin, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was in the greenhouse with Neville. They developed a routine, spending afternoons among the plants while Harry helped with pruning and Neville explained the properties of various magical species, when Augusta's house elf appeared with a crack. "Master Harry," the elf squeaked, "is having a visitor. A woman. She is being very insistent." Harry exchanged a look with Neville. "Did she give a name?" "She is calling herself Amelia Bones, Master Harry. She is saying it is being urgent." Amelia Bones. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. One of the most powerful witches in Britain, and someone Harry had only seen at a distance during the preliminary hearing. He found her in Augusta's study, standing by the window with her hands clasped behind her back. She was a square-jawed woman with grey-streaked hair and the bearing of someone who had spent her life giving orders. "Mr. Potter," she said without preamble. "Forgive the intrusion. I wouldn't have come if it wasn't important." "Madam Bones." Harry kept his voice neutral. "What can I do for you?" "I've been conducting my own investigation. Into your placement, into the decisions that were made, into who knew what and when." Bones turned to face him, her expression grave. "I've found things that disturb me, Mr. Potter. Things that go beyond negligence." Harry felt his pulse quicken. "What kind of things?" "Documentation. Or rather, the absence of it." Bones pulled a folder from her robes. "Your parents' will was filed with both the Ministry and Gringotts, as your mother's letter stated. The Gringotts copy is intact. But the Ministry copy," she opened the folder, revealing pages covered in black marks, "has been redacted. Entire sections removed, details obscured. And the order for those redactions came from within my own department." Harry took the folder, scanning the damaged pages. His mother's handwriting was visible in places, but huge portions had been covered over with official seals. "Who gave the order?" "That's what disturbs me. The authorization doesn't match any official I can identify. The signature is illegible, the date is smudged, and the reference numbers don't correspond to any legitimate file." Bones's jaw tightened. "Someone went to considerable trouble to hide this, Mr. Potter. Someone with access to restricted archives and the knowledge to cover their tracks. Why are you telling me this?" Bones was quiet for a moment, as if weighing her words. "Because I took an oath when I became head of the DMLE. An oath to uphold the law, to protect the innocent, to pursue justice regardless of political consequence. For 8 years, a child was failed by the system I'm supposed to represent. I cannot undo that. But I can make sure those responsible face consequences. Even if those people are powerful. Even if exposing them causes problems for the Ministry. Especially then." Bones met his eyes. "I didn't build my career by protecting politicians, Mr. Potter. I built it by doing my job. And my job right now is to find out who tampered with your parents' will and why." Harry studied her for a long moment. His instincts, usually so reliable, were uncertain. Bones seemed genuine, but so had Dumbledore, in his way. "What do you want from me?" "I want to share information. You have access to records I don't. Gringotts is notoriously uncooperative with Ministry requests, but they seem quite willing to work with you. I have access to internal Ministry files that even your solicitor can't compel." Bones extended her hand. "Together, we might find the truth. Separately, we'll keep running into walls." Harry didn't take her hand. "Not yet. How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't. But I can offer you something as a gesture of good faith." Bones reached into her robes again and produced a second folder. The complete, unredacted file on Sirius Black's arrest and imprisonment. Including the interrogation records, or rather, the lack of them. Harry's breath caught. The lack of them? Sirius Black was never interrogated, Mr. Potter. Never questioned under Veritaserum, never given a proper trial. He was arrested at the scene of the explosion, declared guilty by Barty Crouch, and sent directly to Azkaban. Bones's voice was heavy with something that might have been shame. I wasn't head of the DMLE then. I was a junior Auror, and I had no authority to question the decision. But I've always wondered. Harry took the folder. His hands weren't quite steady. Why? He asked. Why would they skip the trial? That's what I'm asking myself. And that's what I think you deserve to know. Harry looked at the folder, at Bones, at the implications of everything she'd revealed. Another piece of the puzzle, another thread connecting to the web of lies and failures that had shaped his life. All right, he said finally. We'll share information. But everything goes through my solicitor first, and nothing you find can be used against me or my case. Agreed. Bones shook his hand. The trial begins tomorrow. I'll be watching. And regardless of the outcome, I'll continue my investigation. Why? What do you gain from this? Bones's smile was grim. Peace of mind, Mr. Potter. I've spent my career believing in our institutions. Learning they've been corrupted, learning I might have been complicit in that corruption through inaction, is not something I can ignore. I need to know the truth, even if it destroys everything I thought I believed. She left Harry standing in the study, holding 2 folders full of secrets and wondering how many more remained to be uncovered. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat at the window of his room in Longbottom Manor, watching the moonlight play across the gardens. Tomorrow, the trial would begin. Tomorrow, he would face the Wizengamot and demand justice for 8 years of suffering. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight, his mind was on Sirius Black. No trial. No interrogation. Just a declaration of guilt and a sentence to the worst prison in the magical world. His godfather had been in Azkaban for 8 years. 8 years in a place Augusta had described in hushed tones, a fortress guarded by creatures called Dementors that fed on human happiness, leaving their victims in a state of perpetual despair. Most prisoners went mad within months. That Sirius was still alive at all was remarkable. What if he was innocent? The thought had been growing since his conversation with Remus, since Bones had shown him the empty file. What if the betrayal everyone believed in had never happened? What if another of Harry's would-be guardians had been wrongly imprisoned while Harry suffered in a cupboard under the stairs? He couldn't pursue it now. The trial required all his focus. But after, when the dust had settled and the immediate battle was won, he would find the truth about Sirius Black. He owed his parents that much. A knock at his door pulled Harry from his thoughts. He opened it to find Neville, looking nervous in his pajamas. Sorry, Neville said quietly. I saw your light was on. I couldn't sleep either. Harry stepped aside to let him in. Nervous about tomorrow? Gran says I should be there. To show family support. Neville settled onto the edge of Harry's bed. I've never been to the Wizengamot before. What if I do something wrong? You won't. You don't know that. I mess up everything. Gran's always saying. Neville stopped himself. Never mind. This isn't about me. You're the one who has to testify. Harry sat beside him. I'm not worried about testifying. I've been preparing for months. What I'm worried about is what comes after. After you win, you mean? After everything changes. Harry stared out the window. Right now, the goal is clear: expose what happened, hold people accountable, make sure it doesn't happen to other children. But once that's done, what then? I'm 9 years old. I'm going to own a school I've never attended. I'm going to be responsible for things I don't understand. How am I supposed to handle all of that? Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed. What? It's just, you're the most capable person I've ever met. You've done more in 3 months than most adults do in their whole lives. And you're sitting here worried about whether you can handle things. Neville's smile was genuine. Harry, if anyone can figure this out, it's you. You think so? I know so. Neville ducked his head, embarrassed by his own boldness. And, you're not alone. Gran's on your side. Mr. Whitmore and Remus and Madam Bones. And me, for whatever that's worth. We'll figure it out together. Harry felt something warm settle in his chest. Not confidence, exactly, he'd never been good at confidence, but something close. A sense that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to carry everything by himself. Thanks, Neville. That's what friends are for, right? Harry smiled. Yeah. I guess it is. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the moon move across the sky, until exhaustion finally claimed them both. Tomorrow would bring challenges and revelations and probably more problems than Harry could anticipate. But for now, in this moment, he wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. Morning came too soon and not soon enough. Harry dressed in his finest robes. Augusta had commissioned new ones for the trial, deep green with silver accents that brought out his eyes, and checked his reflection one final time. He looked older than 9, he thought. Harder. The softness of childhood had been scoured away by circumstances, leaving something sharper beneath. Good. He would need that sharpness today. The Wisingamot chamber was packed. Every seat was filled, every gallery crammed with spectators. Harry recognized faces from the newspapers, politicians, celebrities, prominent families all jockeying for position. They were here to witness history, and Harry was determined to give them a show they'd never forget. He took his seat at the petitioners' table, flanked by Whitmore and Augusta. Across the chamber, the ministry's legal team assembled, a row of stern-faced witches and wizards led by a man Harry didn't recognize, tall and thin with a permanent sneer. Who's that? Harry murmured to Augusta. Corban Yaxley. Senior ministry prosecutor. Rumored to have been a Death Eater, though nothing was ever proven. Augusta's voice was ice. Be careful with him. He's clever and completely without scruple. The chief warlock called the chamber to order, and the trial began. For hours, Harry listened as Whitmore laid out their case, as witnesses testified, as documents were submitted into evidence. The story of his suffering was told in clinical detail, the cupboard, the malnutrition, the abuse, the systematic failure of every safeguard that should have protected him. Then it was the ministry's turn. Yaxley rose with the languid confidence of a man who believed himself untouchable. The ministry does not dispute that young Mr. Potter's placement was suboptimal, he began. Clearly, mistakes were made. But mistakes are not crimes. The question before this body is not whether Harry Potter was unhappy, it is whether the ministry bears legal responsibility for that unhappiness. He proceeded to argue, with serpentine logic, that the ministry had acted in good faith. That Dumbledore's recommendation had been followed because Dumbledore was trusted. That no individual could be held responsible because responsibility had been diffused across departments and years. And let us not forget, Yaxley concluded, that Harry Potter is here today, alive, healthy, seemingly quite capable of pursuing legal action. Whatever the deficiencies of his upbringing, they did not prevent him from surviving. The blood wards did their job. The boy who lived lives. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest. He wanted to leap up, to shout, to tell this smug man exactly what survival had cost him. But he held himself still. He would have his moment. It came when the chief warlock called for Harry to give his final statement. He rose slowly, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes. The chamber fell silent. Mr. Yaxley is right about one thing, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly through the room. I survived. But survival isn't living. Survival is getting through one day at a time because you don't have any other choice. Survival is lying awake in a cupboard, wondering if anyone in the world cares whether you exist. Survival is learning to read people so well that you can predict when the next blow is coming, because knowing is better than not knowing. He paused, letting the words sink in. I'm not here to tell you I was special. I'm not here to claim my suffering was worse than anyone else's. I'm here because the system that was supposed to protect magical children failed, and not just me. There are others. Children who fell through the same cracks, who were placed in bad situations because no one checked, because no one cared, because it was easier to look away than to do the hard work of making sure they were safe. Harry looked at the assembled Wizengamot, meeting eyes one by one. You can decide that I'm just one unlucky child. You can tell yourselves that mistakes happen, that no system is perfect, that the Ministry did its best. But if you do that, if you let this slide because holding people accountable is uncomfortable, then you're guaranteeing that it will happen again. And again. And again. Until another child, someone without my resources or my support, suffers the way I suffered. Maybe worse. He took a breath. I'm asking you to do your jobs. Hold the people responsible accountable. Fix the systems that failed. Make it so that no child, magical or muggle-born, famous or unknown, ever has to survive the way I did. The silence after he finished was absolute. Then, slowly, someone began to clap. Then another. And another. Until the chamber rang with applause that no amount of Ministry disapproval could suppress. Harry sat down, his hands trembling slightly where no one could see. Now they would wait for the verdict. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Testimony. The Wizengamot deliberated for 3 days. Harry spent those days in a state of suspended animation, going through the motions of life at Longbottom Manor while his mind circled endlessly around possibilities. Augusta kept him busy with lessons, magical history, political theory, the intricate web of alliances and enmities that governed pure-blood society, but he absorbed the information without truly processing it. Neville tried to help, dragging Harry to the greenhouse and chattering about plants until Harry's thoughts quieted. Remus joined them sometimes, sharing stories about Harry's parents that made the waiting almost bearable. But underneath it all, the question lurked, would it be enough? On the morning of the 4th day, an owl arrived with the summons. Harry dressed carefully, choosing the same green and silver robes he'd worn for his testimony. Augusta had suggested something different, something that might soften his image, but Harry refused. He wanted the Wizengamot to see the same boy who had stood before them and demanded justice. He wanted them to remember. The chamber was even more crowded than before. Word had spread that a verdict was imminent, and it seemed like half of magical Britain had found a way to secure a seat. Harry spotted reporters in the gallery, quills poised over parchment. He spotted Dumbledore, sitting apart from the others, his expression unreadable. He spotted Amelia Bones, watching with sharp eyes and a slight nod when their gazes met. And he spotted Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, looking like a man facing his own execution. The Chief Warlock called the chamber to order. The Wizengamot has deliberated on the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic, Ogden announced. We have examined the evidence, heard testimony from all parties, and consulted the relevant statutes and precedents. We are prepared to deliver our verdict. Harry's hands were steady. His breathing was calm. Inside, his heart hammered against his ribs. On the charge of criminal negligence in the placement and oversight of a magical child, we find the Ministry of Magic guilty. The chamber erupted. Shouts of triumph and dismay mingled with the frantic scratching of quills. Harry sat perfectly still, letting the words wash over him. Guilty. They had found the Ministry guilty. Ogden banged his gavel repeatedly until order was restored. On the charge of breach of legal contract regarding the Potter family will, we find the Ministry of Magic guilty. More noise. More chaos. Harry felt Augusta's hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. On the charge of conspiracy to deprive a magical heir of his legal rights and protections, we find insufficient evidence to support the charge at this time. However, the Wisengamot authorizes a formal investigation into the tampering of ministry records related to this case. Harry noted the careful phrasing. Not innocent, insufficient evidence. The door was being left open. The Wisengamot now turns to the matter of remedy, Ogden continued once the chamber had quieted. Mr. Whitmore, you may present your proposed settlement. Whitmore rose, straightening his muggle suit jacket with the quiet confidence of a man who had already won the war and was now negotiating the peace. Esteemed members of the Wisengamot, my client is not seeking monetary compensation for his suffering. Gold cannot restore a childhood. Gold cannot undo years of trauma. What my client seeks is accountability, and reform. He produced a scroll and began to read. First, the immediate resignation or removal of all ministry officials who were directly involved in the decisions regarding Harry Potter's placement and subsequent oversight. This includes, but is not limited to, the officials who received and failed to act upon reports of abuse. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry watched Fudge's face drain of color. Second, the establishment of an independent office of magical child welfare, separate from and not beholden to the existing ministry bureaucracy. This office will be responsible for the placement and monitoring of all magical children who cannot be raised by their biological parents, with regular inspections and mandatory reporting requirements. More murmurs. Some approving, some hostile. Harry noted who was nodding and who was scowling. Third, the immediate restoration of all Potter family assets, properties, and legal rights that have been held in trust by the ministry since the death of James and Lily Potter. This includes, Whitmore paused for effect, the ancestral claim to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The chamber exploded. Harry had known this was coming, they discussed the strategy at length, but the reality of hearing it spoken aloud in the Wisengamot was something else entirely. Voices shouted over each other, demanding clarification, denying validity, questioning the very foundation of wizarding society. Ogden's gavel pounded for nearly a full minute before order was restored. This claim, the chief warlock said carefully, requires verification. The Potter family's connection to Hogwarts is not widely known. It is known to Gringotts, Whitmore replied smoothly. Who have authenticated the relevant documents. The Potter claim predates the ministry, predates the Board of Governors, predates the modern structure of magical education entirely. It was established by Harold Potter in 1342, in exchange for gold that financed the reconstruction of the castle's eastern wing after the dragonpox outbreak. The claim has been renewed by every Potter heir since, as documented in the family ledgers. He produced another scroll, this one clearly ancient, the parchment yellowed and cracking. The ministry assumed that the claim had lapsed after the deaths of James and Lily Potter, since no heir came forward to renew it. But the claim was never extinguished, merely dormant. Harry Potter, as the sole living heir, has every legal right to activate it. The chamber was silent. Harry could see wizards and witches doing rapid calculations, realizing the implications. If Harry controlled Hogwarts, if he had authority over the institution that educated every magical child in Britain, the political landscape would shift dramatically. The ministry objects, Yaxley said, rising from his seat. This claim is unprecedented. It would place a child in control of our most important educational institution. The potential for disaster, the ministry's objection is noted, Ogden interrupted. But the legal question is not whether this arrangement is wise, it is whether it is valid. And based on the documentation provided. He trailed off, clearly struggling with the implications. The Wisengamot will require time to examine the evidence. Of course, Whitmore agreed. We are prepared to wait for a thorough review. However, we request that Harry Potter be granted immediate emancipation, given the guilty verdict and the demonstrated failure of the existing guardianship system. This was the other shoe dropping. Harry felt the tension in the chamber ratchet up another notch. Emancipation of a 9-year-old child is highly irregular, Ogden said. So is locking a 9-year-old child in a cupboard for 8 years, Whitmore replied. My client has demonstrated remarkable maturity and capability throughout these proceedings. He has secured the support of a respected wizarding family, a nod to Augusta, and the endorsement of some of the most prominent figures in our society. He is not asking to be unsupervised. He is asking to have legal authority over his own life, rather than being subject to the decisions of institutions that have already proven they cannot be trusted with his welfare. The argument went back and forth for another hour. Harry watched and listened, noting the alliances that formed and dissolved, the calculations being made behind careful expressions. Politics, Augusta had taught him, was the art of making people believe that what you wanted was what they wanted too. Finally, Ogden called for a vote. The emancipation passed by a narrow margin, 37 to 31, with several abstentions. Harry was now, legally, an adult in the eyes of magical Britain. He could make his own decisions, control his own assets, represent his own interests. He was 9 years old. The Hogwarts claim would take longer. The Wisengamot scheduled a special session in 2 months to examine the evidence and hear arguments. But Harry could see the outcome already forming in the minds of the members. The documentation was solid. The precedent was clear. Unless something unexpected happened, he would soon own a school. As the chamber began to empty, Harry remained in his seat, processing everything that had just occurred. Augusta and Whitmore were already being surrounded by well-wishers and opportunists, but Harry had no desire to join them. He needed a moment to think. A shadow fell across his table. He looked up to find Dumbledore standing there, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," the old wizard said quietly. "You've accomplished something remarkable." "I've accomplished the first step," Harry corrected. "There's still a lot of work to do." "Yes." Dumbledore hesitated, clearly wanting to say more. "I meant what I said before. About helping you, about earning back some measure of trust. If there's anything I can do, there is, actually." Harry had been thinking about this. "The investigation into the tampered records. I want you to assist Madame Bones with it." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You want me to investigate myself?" "I want you to investigate whoever altered my parents' will. If that was you, then yes, you'll be investigating yourself. If it was someone else." Harry met the old man's eyes. "Then I want to know who, and I want to know why." "You think someone else was involved?" "I think a lot of people had reasons to control where I ended up. You wanted me protected behind blood wards. The Ministry wanted the boy who lived under their influence. Voldemort's followers wanted me dead, or maybe they wanted me alive but accessible." Harry stood, gathering his things. "Someone tampered with those records, Professor. Someone covered their tracks very carefully. Maybe it was you, being thorough. Or maybe it was someone else entirely." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "You've given this considerable thought." "I've had time. And if the investigation reveals that I was solely responsible, then you'll face the consequences. But at least we'll know the truth." Harry shouldered his bag. "That's what this has always been about. Not revenge. Not punishment. Truth." He walked away, leaving Dumbledore standing alone in the emptying chamber. The next 2 months were a whirlwind of activity. Harry threw himself into preparation for the Hogwarts hearing, spending hours with Whitmore reviewing legal precedents and ancient contracts. He met with goblin representatives from Gringotts, who were surprisingly enthusiastic about helping him establish his claim. Apparently, the goblins had been waiting for a Potter heir to assert the family's rights for generations. "The Ministry has been negligent," Griphook told him during one of their meetings, the word dripping with contempt. "They have treated Hogwarts as their property, making decisions about the school's finances and administration without consulting those with legitimate claims. We have documents showing unauthorized withdrawals from the Hogwarts accounts, funds diverted to Ministry projects without proper authorization." "How much?" Harry asked. Griphook's smile was all teeth. "Enough to build considerable leverage, Mr. Potter. But it wasn't all legal maneuvering. Harry continued his lessons with Augusta, learning the intricacies of wizarding politics. He trained with Remus, who began teaching him basic defensive magic despite his age. And he spent time with Neville, the one person who treated him like a normal child rather than a symbol or a weapon. They were in the greenhouse, as usual, when Neville asked the question Harry had been dreading. What happens when you own Hogwarts? Harry set down the watering can he'd been using. What do you mean? I mean, Neville struggled with the words. We'll both be starting next year. You'll be a student, but you'll also be in charge. How does that work? It was a fair question, and one Harry had been wrestling with himself. I don't know exactly, he admitted. The claim gives me authority over the school's administration, but I don't think it means I can just do whatever I want. There are traditions, contracts with the staff, expectations from the families who send their children there. But you could change things. If you wanted. Maybe. Eventually. Harry sat on an overturned pot, thinking. The thing is, Nev, I don't want to be a dictator. I don't want to walk in and start issuing orders. That's what got us into this mess in the first place, people with power making decisions for others without asking. So what do you want? Harry was quiet for a moment. I want the school to be safe. Really safe, not just pretend safe. I want students to have someone they can go to if they're being hurt, at home or at school. I want the staff to actually pay attention, instead of ignoring problems because they're inconvenient. That sounds really hard. It will be. Harry smiled slightly. But I've done hard things before. Neville was quiet, absently stroking the leaves of a nearby plant. Can I help? When we get there, I mean. I know I'm not. I'm not brave or smart like you. But I want to help. Nevada. Harry waited until his friend looked up. You're the first real friend I've ever had. You accepted me when everyone else saw the boy who lived or the Potter heir or the kid suing the ministry. You just saw me. That's worth more than you know. Neville's cheeks reddened. You seemed nice. And lonely. I was lonely. I'm not anymore. Harry grinned. And of course you can help. I'm going to need people I trust. People who actually care about making things better, not just people who want something from me. I care, Neville said quietly. I really do. I know. That's why I trust you. They sat in comfortable silence, surrounded by plants that rustled softly in the enchanted breeze. The investigation into the tampered records progressed slowly, hampered by bureaucratic obstacles and what Amelia Bones called institutional resistance. But progress was being made. We've identified 3 points of access, Bones told Harry during one of their regular meetings. She'd taken to visiting Longbottom Manor every few days, sharing information and coordinating strategy. The original filing, immediately after your parents' deaths. A second access point 3 years later, when the file was supposedly reviewed as part of a routine audit. And a third access just 6 months ago, right around the time your case became public. Someone was covering their tracks. Or trying to. But they were sloppy. The magical signatures don't match any known ministry official, but they do match each other. The same person accessed the file all 3 times. Harry processed this. So we're looking for someone who had access 8 years ago and still has access now. Someone with considerable authority. The archives are heavily warded, you can't just walk in off the street. Bones's expression was grim. I've been reviewing the access logs, trying to narrow down the list. It's a short list, Harry. Very short. And some of the names on it are uncomfortable. Uncomfortable how? Bones hesitated. Have you ever heard of a group called the Death Eaters? Voldemort's followers. Yes. After the war, many of them claimed they'd been acting under the Imperius Curse, a mind control spell. They were acquitted, allowed to return to their lives, even to positions of power. Bones's voice was carefully neutral. Some of them have done well for themselves. Very well. One of them is currently on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Lucius Malfoy. You've done your research. Lady Longbottom has been thorough in my education. Harry leaned forward. You think Malfoy tampered with the records? I think he had means, motive, and opportunity. He's been vocal in his opposition to your case. He has connections throughout the ministry. And his magical signature is. Bones paused, choosing her words carefully. Consistent with certain characteristics of the tampering. But not conclusive. Not yet. We need more evidence. Bones stood, gathering her things. I'm telling you this because you deserve to know. But I'm also telling you to be careful. Malfoy is dangerous, and he's not going to take kindly to being investigated. I can handle danger. I know you can. But there's a difference between facing danger and inviting it. Bones fixed him with a stern look. Let me do my job, Harry. Don't go confronting Malfoy on your own. Harry nodded, but his mind was already racing. Lucius Malfoy. The name had come up repeatedly in his studies, a wealthy pureblood, a former Death Eater, a man with his fingers in every political pie in magical Britain. And now, possibly, the person who had helped ensure Harry's suffering. The Hogwarts hearing was 2 weeks away. If Malfoy was involved, he would be fighting hard to prevent Harry's claim from being validated. Harry needed to be ready. The letter from Draco Malfoy arrived 3 days later. Harry stared at the elegant envelope, recognizing the Malfoy family crest from his studies. The message inside was brief and formal. Mr. Potter, I am aware that our families have found themselves on opposite sides of a legal dispute. I am also aware that you will be attending Hogwarts next year, as will I. I believe it would be in both our interests to meet before the school year begins. There are matters I wish to discuss that are best addressed in person. I am available at your convenience. Draco Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice, then showed it to Augusta. Interesting, she said, her expression thoughtful. Young Malfoy reaching out directly. His father must not know. Why do you say that? Because Lucius would never allow his son to correspond with you. Not while the case is ongoing, not while the investigation continues. Augusta tapped her chin. This is either a trap or an opportunity. Possibly both. What do you recommend? Meet him. But not alone, and not at a location of his choosing. Augusta smiled thinly. Draco Malfoy is 11 years old. Whatever his father's plans, the boy is not yet a player in this game. He's a piece, being moved by others. Understanding what moves him might tell us something about his father's strategy. Harry considered this. And if it is a trap? Then we'll learn something about that too. The meeting was arranged for neutral ground, a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, with Augusta waiting just outside. Harry arrived early, wanting to observe the space and control the environment as much as possible. Draco Malfoy arrived precisely on time, escorted by a house elf who bowed and vanished immediately. The Malfoy heir was small for his age, pale-skinned and platinum blonde, with pointed features that would probably sharpen into aristocratic handsomeness as he grew older. He moved with the careful precision of someone who had been drilled in etiquette from birth. Potter, he said, the name neither friendly nor hostile. Malfoy. Harry gestured to a chair. Please, sit. They regarded each other across the table, two boys who should have been playing games and worrying about school, instead navigating the treacherous waters of wizarding politics. I'll be direct, Draco said. My father is your enemy. He's been working against you since your case began, and he'll continue working against you until one of you is destroyed. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're warning me about your own father. I'm being honest about the situation. Draco's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry caught something flickering beneath it. Fear, maybe. Or uncertainty. I'm not stupid, Potter. I know what my father is. I know what he was, during the war. I've grown up hearing stories about the Potter family, about how you're going to ruin everything we've built. And you believe those stories? I believe my father believes them. I believe he'll do whatever it takes to stop you. Draco leaned forward slightly. But I also believe that you've already won. Not the Hogwarts claim, that's still in play. But the larger fight. Public opinion has shifted. The Ministry is on the defensive. My father's allies are distancing themselves. You've changed things in ways he doesn't know how to counter. Harry studied the boy across from him. If you believe that, why are you here? Why not wait for your father's side to lose and then make your own peace? Because I don't want to be my father. The words came out rushed, almost desperate. I've spent my whole life being told what to think, who to hate, what kind of person I'm supposed to be. But when I read about your case, when I saw what they'd done to you, and how you responded, I started wondering if everything I'd been told was wrong. That's a big thing to wonder. I know. Draco looked down at his hands. I'm not asking you to trust me. I know you have no reason to. But I'm asking you to give me a chance. To judge me by what I do, not by what my family has done. Harry was quiet for a long moment. His instincts were divided, part of him saw the boy's sincerity, and part of him remembered Augusta's warnings about traps and opportunities. I can give you that, he said finally. A chance to prove yourself. But I need something in return. Name it. Information. I know your father is involved in the tampering of my parents' will. I can't prove it yet, but I know. If you hear anything at all that might help me understand what he did and why, I want to know. Draco's face paled. You're asking me to spy on my own father. I'm asking you to choose what kind of person you want to be. You said you don't want to be your father. This is how you prove it. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implication. I'll try, Draco said finally. I can't promise I'll find anything. Father is careful, and he doesn't discuss business with me. But I'll try. Harry nodded slowly. That's all I ask. They shook hands, an awkward, formal gesture that felt both inadequate and somehow momentous. One more thing, Draco said as he stood to leave. My father doesn't know about this meeting. If he finds out, he won't hear it from me. Draco nodded once, then turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The Hogwarts hearing arrived on a cold morning in late January, 2 days before Harry's 10th birthday. The Wizengamot chamber was configured differently this time. Instead of facing an accused, the members faced a massive projection of ancient documents, charts showing ownership transfers and legal claims stretching back centuries. Gringotts had sent a delegation of 3 goblins, their presence lending weight to the proceedings. Harry sat with Whitmore and Augusta, watching as the evidence was presented. The Potter claim was clear, the documentation impeccable, but the opposition was fierce. The Board of Governors had retained their own solicitor, not Yaxley this time, but a silver-tongued witch named Priscilla Clearwater who argued that practical considerations should outweigh historical claims. The school has operated under ministry oversight for over a century, she pointed out. Students, staff, and families have built their expectations around that structure. To suddenly place control in the hands of a child, no matter how capable, would be disruptive, potentially dangerous. The disruption, Whitmore countered, was caused by the ministry's assumption of control without legal basis. We are not proposing disruption, we are proposing correction. And Mr. Potter has made clear that he intends to work within existing structures, not tear them down. The arguments went back and forth for hours. Harry listened, contributed when called upon, and watched the faces of the Wizengamot members as they weighed evidence and calculated political implications. When the vote finally came, it was closer than the emancipation had been. 33 to 35, with 4 abstentions. Harry lost. The chamber buzzed with reaction, triumph from the Board of Governors, dismay from Harry's supporters, uncertainty from everyone else. Whitmore was already on his feet, preparing to file an appeal, but Harry raised a hand to stop him. "No," he said quietly. "Harry, we can fight this. The documentation is solid, we just need," I said. "No." Harry stood, facing the chamber. "May I address the Waisengamot?" Ogden looked surprised but nodded. "The petitioner may speak." Harry walked to the center of the floor, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes. He'd prepared for this possibility, had discussed it with Augusta late into the night, had planned for the contingency of defeat. "The Waisengamot has ruled," he said, his voice carrying clearly. "I accept that ruling." Murmurs of surprise rippled through the chamber. "But I want to be clear about what this decision means. You have chosen to maintain ministry control over Hogwarts, despite clear documentation that the Potter claim is valid. You have chosen administrative convenience over legal precedent. You have chosen to leave power in the hands of people who have already demonstrated they cannot be trusted with children's welfare." The murmurs grew louder. Harry pressed on. "I accept your ruling. But I do not accept that this matter is settled. The Potter claim remains valid, and I will renew it. If not this year, then next. If not next year, then the year after. I have time, and I have patience, and I have something your ministry has lost, the trust of the people." He looked directly at Fudge, who had been sitting in the gallery, watching with barely concealed relief. "You've won today, Minister. Enjoy it while it lasts." Harry turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving chaos in his wake. Augusta caught up with him in the corridor, her expression a mixture of surprise and something that might have been pride. "That was not what we discussed." "No. It was better." Harry kept walking. "The claim was always a long shot. We both knew that. But now I've put them on notice. They'll be looking over their shoulders, waiting for me to make another move. And will you? Eventually. But first." Harry smiled grimly. "First, I'm going to attend Hogwarts. I'm going to learn everything I can about how the school works, who the real power players are, where the weaknesses lie. And when I make my next move, it won't be in a courtroom." Augusta studied him for a long moment. "You're playing a longer game than I realized. I learned from the best." The letter from Hogwarts arrived on Harry's 10th birthday, delivered by a magnificent owl that swooped through the window of his room at Longbottom Manor. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside and looked out the window at the gardens below. In 8 months, he would walk through the doors of the castle that should have been his. He would sit in classrooms, attend meals, interact with students and staff who had no idea what was coming. He was playing a long game now. And the game was just beginning. The next several months were dedicated to preparation. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed intensity, determined to arrive at Hogwarts with every possible advantage. He studied magical theory with tutors Augusta arranged, former professors, retired aurors, specialists in obscure fields who were intrigued by the famous Potter heir. He practiced wand work with Remus, who proved to be an excellent teacher despite his self-deprecation. He read everything he could find about Hogwarts itself, its history, its secrets, its ghosts and hidden passages. And he continued to investigate. The search for answers about the tampered records had stalled, despite Bones's best efforts. Someone was blocking the investigation from the inside, delaying requests for documents, losing files, creating bureaucratic obstacles at every turn. Dumbledore, true to his word, had assisted where he could, but even his considerable influence couldn't overcome institutional resistance. But Harry had another source of information now. Draco Malfoy's letters came irregularly, always delivered by unremarkable owls to avoid suspicion. The information was fragmentary, overheard conversations, glimpsed documents, careful observations of his father's meetings and moods. Most of it was useless, but occasionally, a nugget of genuine value emerged. Father met with someone from the ministry yesterday, one letter reported. I didn't see who, but I heard him say something about the archive problem. He seemed worried. There's a locked cabinet in Father's study, another revealed. I've never seen inside, but the house elves are forbidden to clean it. They say it has dark magic protections. Harry filed everything away, building a picture piece by piece. Lucius Malfoy was worried about something. Something connected to the archives, to the tampered records, to Harry's ongoing investigation. He shared the information with Bones, who received it with professional interest and barely concealed concern. "Your source is reliable?" she asked. "I believe so. And they're taking considerable risk to provide this information." Harry nodded. He'd thought about Draco a lot over the past months, about what it must be like to grow up in that house, under that father's shadow. About the courage it took to reach out, to question everything you'd been taught to believe. They know the risks. They've made their choice. Bones studied him for a moment. "You're protective of this source. They trusted me. I don't take that lightly." "Good." Bones gathered her things. "Keep me informed. And Harry, be careful. We're getting close to something. I can feel it. And when cornered animals get desperate, they bite." Summer arrived, bringing longer days and a countdown that Harry felt in his bones. 2 months until Hogwarts. Then 1 month. Then weeks, then days. The night before Harry was scheduled to leave, Augusta hosted a small gathering, just the inner circle, the people who had stood with him through everything. Whitmore, who had become something like an uncle. Remus, who had become something like a father. Neville, who had become something like a brother. And Augusta herself, who had become something like the grandmother Harry had never known. To Harry, Augusta said, raising her glass. "Who has accomplished more in 1 year than most accomplish in a lifetime? May Hogwarts be ready for him." "Hogwarts is definitely not ready for him," Neville muttered, and everyone laughed. Harry looked around the table at the faces of the people who had become his family. Not by blood, but by choice. By trust. By the kind of loyalty that was earned, not inherited. "Thank you," he said quietly. "All of you. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "Nonsense," Augusta replied briskly. "You could have done it alone if necessary. You simply chose not to. That's the mark of true leadership, Mr. Potter, knowing when to accept help." "She's right, you know," Remus added. "Your parents would be proud. More than proud. They'd be amazed." Harry felt the familiar ache in his chest, the grief that never quite went away, the longing for people he would never know. But it was softer now, tempered by time and the knowledge that he was honoring their memory in the best way he could. "I'm going to miss this," Neville said suddenly. "These dinners, I mean. Being together. We'll still have holidays," Harry pointed out. "And letters. And..." He hesitated, then grinned. "And we're going to be in the same school, Nevada. We'll see each other every day." "I know. But it'll be different. You'll have important things to do, people to see. I'll just be, me." "You'll be my best friend," Harry corrected. "That's the most important thing of all." Neville's smile was bright enough to light the room. Later, after the others had gone to bed, Harry sat alone in the greenhouse, surrounded by the soft rustling of magical plants. The Flutterby bush glowed golden in the darkness, responding to his presence with what he'd come to think of as welcome. Tomorrow, everything would change. He would board the Hogwarts Express, travel to a castle full of strangers and secrets, begin the next phase of his life. He would be a student, but also something more, a reformer, an investigator, a threat to the established order. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was exactly what he wanted. Harry reached out and touched the Flutterby's leaves gently. "Ready or not," he whispered, "here I come." The plant pulsed brighter in response, as if it understood. As if it was giving him its blessing. Harry smiled and headed inside to get what rest he could. Morning would come soon enough. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The weight of the crown platform 9 3/4 was chaos made manifest. Steam billowed from the scarlet engine, obscuring faces and turning the crowd into a shifting mass of shadows and voices. Parents shouted last-minute instructions, children shrieked with excitement, owls hooted from cages, and somewhere a toad was making a desperate bid for freedom. Harry stood at the edge of it all, taking in the scene with careful attention. He'd dressed simply, plain black robes, no house colors yet, nothing to mark him as anyone special. The plan was to board quietly, find an empty compartment, and observe. Learn the social dynamics before revealing himself. The plan lasted approximately 30 seconds. Merlin's beard, is that Harry Potter? The whisper spread like wildfire. Heads turned. Fingers pointed. Within moments, Harry found himself at the center of an expanding circle of staring faces, the crowd. Parting around him like water around a stone. So much for anonymity. Harry. Neville pushed through the crowd, looking flustered. Gran said to find you. She wants to say goodbye properly. Augusta Longbottom stood near the barrier, her vulture hat bobbing above the crowd like a strange lighthouse. Harry made his way to her, ignoring the whispers that followed in his wake. Mr. Potter. Augusta's voice was brisk, but her eyes were warm. Remember what we discussed. Observe before acting. Build alliances carefully. And for Merlin's sake, don't get into any duels during the first week. I'll do my best. See that you do. She hesitated, then did something unexpected. She pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. Be safe. And right. Neville is terrible at correspondence. I am not, Neville protested, but he was smiling. Harry hugged her back, surprised by how much the gesture meant. Thank you. For everything. Thank me by not getting expelled. Augusta released him and turned to her grandson. Neville. Make me proud. Yes, Gran. They boarded the train together, pushing through crowded corridors until they found a compartment near the middle. It was already occupied by a bushy-haired girl surrounded by open books, but she looked up eagerly when they entered. Do you mind if we sit here? Everywhere else is full. Harry kept his voice neutral, waiting to see how she'd react. The girl's eyes widened. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, the case, the Wisengamot proceedings, everything. It's absolutely fascinating from a legal perspective. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Nice to meet you. Harry settled into a seat, noting the titles of her books. Standard first-year texts, plus several additional volumes on magical history and theory. An overachiever. Interesting. This is Neville Longbottom. Longbottom? Your family supported Harry's case, didn't they? I read about Lady Augusta's testimony. She seemed very formidable. She is, Neville said, sounding both proud and slightly terrified. Hermione launched into a rapid-fire discussion of the legal precedents Harry's case had established, demonstrating an impressive grasp of both magical and Muggle law. Harry listened, asking occasional questions, evaluating her as he would any potential ally. Smart. Eager. Possibly too eager, there was a desperate quality to her enthusiasm that suggested she was used to being dismissed or overlooked. Muggle-born, based on her comments about growing up without knowledge of magic. That would make her an outsider in the pure-blood-dominated social structure of Hogwarts. And the implications for magical child welfare are really quite significant, Hermione was saying. The new office they're establishing could fundamentally change how. The compartment door slid open, and Draco Malfoy stepped inside. He looked different than he had at their meeting in the Leaky Cauldron, more polished, more guarded. Two large boys flanked him, their expressions suggesting that thinking was not their primary contribution to the group. Potter. Draco's voice was carefully neutral. Longbottom. Malfoy. Harry kept his own tone equally flat. They'd agreed to maintain distance in public, to avoid arousing suspicion. Can we help you with something? I wanted to introduce myself properly. And to offer some advice. Draco's eyes flickered to Hermione, and something shifted in his expression. You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. Harry recognized the performance. This was Draco playing his expected role, saying the things his father would expect him to say. But there was something underneath it, a slight emphasis on certain words, a barely perceptible signal. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry replied, matching the performance. Was there anything else? Draco held his gaze for a moment. No. I suppose not. He turned and left, his escorts trailing behind. The compartment door slid shut. Well, Hermione said into the silence, he seemed unpleasant. Draco's complicated, Harry said carefully. His family has certain expectations. It's hard to know who he really is underneath all that. Hermione looked skeptical, but let the matter drop. The train lurched into motion, beginning the long journey north. Harry watched the countryside scroll past the window, his mind already working on the challenges ahead. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like something out of a dream. Harry had seen pictures, of course. He'd studied the castle's layout, memorized the locations of major rooms and passages, learned everything he could from books and maps. But nothing had prepared him for the reality of it, the sheer presence of the place, ancient and powerful and utterly, impossibly magical. The first years crossed the lake in small boats, guided by a giant of a man named Hagrid who kept casting tearful looks at Harry and muttering about how he'd known him when he was just a baby. The castle grew larger with every stroke of the oars, until it filled the sky and Harry could feel its magic pressing against his skin like a living thing. And then something strange happened. As the boats touched the shore, Harry felt a pulse of energy, not from his wand, not from anything external, but from the castle itself. It was like a heartbeat, slow and massive, and it seemed to be responding to his presence. He looked up at the towering walls and, for just a moment, felt something looking back. Welcome home, the castle seemed to say. Harry said nothing, but he filed the sensation away for later examination. The sorting was held in the great hall, a vast chamber lit by thousands of floating candles and covered by an enchanted ceiling that showed the night sky. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each marked by house colors, red and gold for Gryffindor, green and silver for Slytherin, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, yellow and black for Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall, the woman his mother had named as a potential guardian, read names from a scroll, and one by one, the first years stepped forward to be sorted by an ancient, ragged hat. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat onto her head. After a long moment of deliberation, it shouted, Gryffindor. She hurried to the red and gold table, looking relieved. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool with visible nerves, but when the hat touched his head, something shifted in his expression. The hat took its time, clearly deliberating, before finally announcing, Gryffindor. Neville's smile was blinding as he joined Hermione at the table. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before. Screaming, Slytherin. No surprise there. Harry watched Draco take his seat at the green and silver table, noting how he positioned himself, close enough to the older students to show respect, far enough to maintain independence. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. He sat, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. Ah, said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Harry said nothing, waiting. Plenty of courage, I see. A good mind, too. Talent, certainly, and a thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? Where do you think I belong? Harry asked silently. That's the question, isn't it? The hat seemed amused. You could be great in Slytherin, you have the cunning, the ambition. But you also have the courage of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff. You're a rare one, Harry Potter. A true child of all four houses. Then choose the one that serves my purpose best. And what is your purpose? Harry thought about everything he'd learned, everything he'd planned. To change things. To protect children who can't protect themselves. To make this school what it should be. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it chuckled. You know, the last person to speak to me like that was Salazar Slytherin himself. Very well, Harry Potter. If it's change you want. Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded with cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, but as he passed, he felt the hat's voice whisper one last time in his mind, "The castle knows you, Harry Potter. It's been waiting for you." Harry sat beside Neville and Hermione, accepting congratulations from upper years whose names he immediately catalogued and filed away. Across the hall, Draco caught his eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Phase 1 complete. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in information gathering. Harry threw himself into classes with genuine enthusiasm, not just because the material was fascinating, but because understanding magic was essential to his larger goals. He excelled in most subjects, though he deliberately held back in a few, preferring not to appear too capable too quickly. But his real education happened outside the classroom. He learned which professors could be trusted and which were merely going through the motions. McGonagall was strict but fair, genuinely invested in her students' success. Flitwick was brilliant and kind, happy to answer questions far beyond the first-year curriculum. Sprout treated every student like a precious seedling to be nurtured. Snape was more complicated. The potions master had taken one look at Harry on the first day of class and his expression had frozen into something cold and bitter. He'd spent the entire lesson finding reasons to criticize Harry's work, docking points for infractions so minor they bordered on imaginary. Fame clearly isn't everything, Snape had sneered after Harry failed to answer a deliberately obscure question. Perhaps the boy who lived spent too much time giving interviews to study basic potion ingredients. Harry had held his tongue, but he'd noticed something interesting. Snape's hostility felt personal, not professional. There was history here, something connected to Harry's parents, perhaps. He filed it away for investigation. The castle itself proved to be as fascinating as its inhabitants. Harry spent hours exploring, mapping passages and secret rooms, learning the rhythms of a building that had been home to witches and wizards for 1,000 years. And always, he felt the castle watching him. It was subtle at first, a door that opened more easily when he approached, a staircase that shifted to put him on a more convenient path, a suit of armor that seemed to nod as he passed. But as the weeks went on, the connection grew stronger. Harry began to sense things, students in distress, professors approaching, magic being performed in distant wings of the castle. He kept this to himself, unsure what it meant. The incident in the third-floor corridor happened on a Thursday. Harry had been following Draco's latest tip, a rumor that something valuable was being hidden in Hogwarts, something that multiple parties wanted to get their hands on. The third floor's right-hand corridor had been forbidden by Dumbledore at the start of term feast, which naturally made it the most interesting place in the castle. He went alone, late at night, moving through shadows with the practiced ease of someone who had spent years avoiding detection. The castle helped, dimming torches as he approached and brightening them again after he passed. The door at the end of the corridor was locked. Harry drew his wand, whispered Alohomora, and slipped inside. The room beyond was vast and dark, but Harry's wand light revealed something that stopped him in his tracks. A dog. 3 heads. Each one the size of a small car, each one equipped with teeth that could crush bone like paper. The creature was sleeping, its massive body curled around something, a trapdoor, Harry realized. It was guarding something beneath the castle. Harry backed out slowly, easing the door closed without waking the beast. His heart was pounding, but his mind was already working. A three-headed dog. A forbidden corridor. A trapdoor leading somewhere underground. What was Hogwarts hiding? He found out more by accident than design. The following week, Harry was in the library researching ancient magical contracts when Hagrid appeared at his table, looking uncomfortable. "Harry. Been meaning to talk to ya. Wondered if ya might want to come down for tea sometime. I knew your parents, see. Might have some stories." Harry accepted the invitation immediately. Hagrid's hut proved to be cramped and chaotic, filled with exotic creatures and cooking that could generously be described as challenging. But the giant man's affection for Harry was genuine, and his stories about James and Lily were treasures beyond price. "Your dad was a troublemaker, he was," Hagrid said, his eyes misty. "Him and his friends, Sirius, Remus, Peter, they were always getting into something. But he had a good heart. Always stood up for the little guy. Tell me about my mum." Hagrid's face softened. "Lily was special. Kindest person I ever knew. She saw the best in everyone, even when they didn't see it in themselves." They talked for hours, and when Harry finally rose to leave, he noticed something on Hagrid's table, a newspaper clipping about a break-in at Gringotts. "Hagrid, what's this?" The groundskeeper went pale. "That? Nothing. Nothing at all. You should be getting back to the castle, Harry. Getting dark out." Harry didn't push, but he memorized the details. Gringotts. Vault 713. A break-in on the same day Hagrid had visited the bank. Harry had seen the records during his meetings with Griphook. Whatever had been in that vault was now at Hogwarts. Under the trapdoor. Guarded by a three-headed dog. He shared his findings with Hermione and Neville in hushed tones, late one night in the Gryffindor common room. A three-headed dog? Hermione looked horrified. "That's a Cerberus. They're incredibly dangerous. Why would Dumbledore keep something like that in a school?" "To guard whatever's hidden underneath," Harry said. "Something valuable enough that someone tried to steal it from Gringotts. Something that had to be moved to the most secure location possible." "But what could be that important?" Neville asked. Harry had his suspicions, but he wasn't ready to voice them yet. "That's what we need to find out." The confrontation with Quirrell happened by accident. Harry had been following another of Draco's tips, an overheard conversation suggesting that the defense against the dark arts professor was not what he seemed. He'd stationed himself outside Quirrell's office late one night, listening through a crack in the door. What he heard made his blood run cold. "The boy is suspicious, Master. He's been asking questions, investigating. If he discovers the truth," a voice answered, high and cold and utterly inhuman. It seemed to come from Quirrell himself, from somewhere beneath his ridiculous turban. "Then we accelerate our timeline. The Philosopher's Stone must be secured before Potter becomes too troublesome. He is young and inexperienced. He poses no real threat." "Yes, Master." Harry backed away from the door, his mind racing. The Philosopher's Stone. He'd read about it in his studies, a legendary artifact that could turn any metal to gold and produce the elixir of life. Immortality in crystalline form. And someone, something, was using Quirrell to try to steal it. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort. Dumbledore had said the Dark Lord wasn't truly dead, that he would return. If he could get the stone, if he could use it to restore his body. Harry needed to act. But he needed to be smart about it. He went to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was accessible via a moving staircase that responded to a password, cockroach cluster, absurdly enough. Harry climbed the stairs and knocked on the heavy oak door. "Enter." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, surrounded by silver instruments that whirred and clicked. He didn't seem surprised to see Harry. "Mr. Potter. It's rather late for a social call." This isn't social. Harry closed the door behind him. Professor Quirrell is possessed. There's someone, living in his head. And they're planning to steal whatever's hidden under the trapdoor in the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. That's a remarkable accusation. Do you have evidence? I overheard them talking. Quirrell was reporting to someone he called Master. They mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. And you recognize the significance of that name. I've done my research. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed, and suddenly he looked very old. You're correct, of course. I've suspected Quirrell for some time, though I hadn't confirmed the extent of his condition. The stone is indeed hidden here, under protections designed by myself and several other professors. I had hoped that Voldemort, for it is certainly him, would be unable to breach them. But he's inside the castle, Harry said. He's been inside all along. Your protections are useless if the threat is already past them. A fair point. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. What would you suggest? Harry had thought about this. Move the stone. Tonight. Somewhere Quirrell can't follow. Then deal with him, expel him, arrest him, whatever it takes to get Voldemort away from the students. And if Voldemort is not so easily removed? If his connection to Quirrell requires more permanent measures? Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Then you do what needs to be done. Another long silence. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. You've grown, Harry. In ways I didn't anticipate. He stood, gathering his wand. Very well. I'll move the stone tonight and address the Quirrell situation. But I must ask you to stay out of it. Voldemort is dangerous beyond your understanding. I know what he is. He killed my parents. And he would kill you without hesitation if he had the chance. Promise me you'll stay safe, Harry. Let me handle this. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to be part of the confrontation, to face the monster who had destroyed his family. But he recognized the wisdom in Dumbledore's request. He wasn't ready. Not yet. I promise. Dumbledore nodded, and something that might have been relief flickered across his ancient face. Good. Now go back to your dormitory. And Harry, the old wizard hesitated. Thank you. For coming to me. For trusting me with this. Harry didn't trust Dumbledore. Not completely. But he was learning that sometimes you had to work with people you didn't trust to accomplish necessary things. Good luck, he said, and left. Quirrell was gone by morning. The official story was that he'd suffered a nervous breakdown and been transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment. The unofficial story, the one Harry pieced together from castle gossip and careful observation, was considerably darker. There had been a confrontation in the third-floor corridor. Magic had been used, powerful magic, the kind that left scorch marks on stone walls and residual energy that made Harry's skin prickle when he walked past. Quirrell had been destroyed, his body unable to survive the severing of whatever connection Voldemort had established. The Dark Lord had escaped. Fled into the night, disembodied but not destroyed. The stone, meanwhile, had been returned to its creator, a man named Nicholas Flamel who was apparently over 600 years old and had decided that immortality was more trouble than it was worth. Harry processed all of this with a mixture of relief and frustration. The immediate threat was handled, but the larger problem remained. Voldemort was out there somewhere, weakened but determined, waiting for another opportunity to return. And when he came back, Harry would be ready. The rest of the school year passed in a blur of classes, friendships, and quiet investigation. Harry continued to build alliances within Hogwarts, identifying students who might be useful in the years to come. Hermione proved invaluable as a research partner, her encyclopedic knowledge complementing Harry's strategic thinking. Neville grew more confident by the day, especially after Harry started including him in their late-night planning sessions. And Draco remained a complicated asset. Their public rivalry continued, trading insults in hallways, competing for house points, maintaining the appearance of mutual antagonism. But in private, through coded letters and carefully arranged meetings, they shared information and built an understanding that neither fully trusted but both found valuable. "My father is furious," Draco reported during one of their clandestine conversations. Quirrell was one of his contacts. Someone he'd been cultivating as a potential ally. "The Dark Lord's failure has set back his plans considerably." "What plans?" Draco hesitated. "I'm not sure. But he's been talking about the future, about what happens when the Dark Lord returns properly. He seems certain it will happen." Harry filed this away. Lucius Malfoy was planning for Voldemort's return, which meant he expected it to happen sooner rather than later. That implied resources, preparation, possibly a timeline. "Keep listening," Harry said. "And be careful. Your father isn't stupid. If he suspects you're feeding me information, he won't." Draco's voice was firm. "I know how to play this game. I've been playing it my whole life." Harry nodded, but he worried. Draco was taking enormous risks, and the cost of failure would be severe. The final weeks of term brought exams, which Harry passed without difficulty, and the end-of-year feast, which Gryffindor won thanks to a last-minute point award from Dumbledore that felt distinctly political. Harry accepted the victory with grace, recognizing it for what it was, a public show of support from the headmaster, a signal to the watching world that the boy who lived was firmly in the camp of the light. He wasn't sure how he felt about being claimed as anyone's symbol. But he understood the value of perception. The train ride home was quieter than the journey north had been. Harry sat with Neville and Hermione, watching the countryside scroll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. "Are you coming back next year?" Hermione asked. "I mean, obviously you are, but I want to make sure." This year was really... She trailed off, struggling to find the words. "Important," Neville supplied. "It was important. To all of us." Harry smiled. "I'll be back. And we'll keep working. There's still so much to do." "The Hogwarts claim," Hermione said, nodding. "You're going to try again." "Eventually. But first, I need to understand the castle better. Learn its secrets, find out what's really going on beneath the surface." Harry looked out the window at the setting sun. This year was just the beginning. Next year, we go deeper. The Longbottom Manor welcomed him back like an old friend. Augusta was waiting at the door, her vulture hat slightly askew and her expression a mixture of relief and something that might have been pride. "Mr. Potter. You survived your first year without getting expelled. I consider that a victory." "There were moments when it was close," Harry admitted. "I heard. Quirrell, the stone, all of it." Augusta led him inside. "You did well, Harry. You came to Dumbledore instead of trying to handle it yourself. That showed wisdom. I'm not ready to face Voldemort. Not yet. Maybe not for years. And recognizing that is half the battle." Augusta settled into her favorite chair. "Now. Tell me everything. The official reports are useless, and I want to know what really happened." Harry told her. All of it, the castle's strange connection to him, the investigation into Quirrell, the confrontation in Dumbledore's office, the aftermath. Augusta listened without interruption, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "The castle responds to you," she said when he finished. "That's significant. More significant than you may realize." "What do you mean?" "The Potter claim to Hogwarts isn't just about ownership, Harry. It's about connection. The castle was built with magic, ancient magic, founder magic, and that magic recognizes certain bloodlines. If Hogwarts is responding to you, it means the castle itself acknowledges your claim." Harry thought about the doors that opened more easily, the staircases that shifted to help him, the constant sense of being watched but not threatened. Can I use that? Somehow. Perhaps. But carefully. The Board of Governors and the Ministry believe they control Hogwarts through legal means. If they discover that the castle itself has other loyalties. Augusta shook her head. That's a weapon to be kept in reserve until you need it. Everything's a weapon to you. Everything is a weapon, Mr. Potter. The only question is whether you're wise enough to know when to use it. Summer stretched ahead, full of plans and preparations and the endless work of building something better. Harry threw himself into it with the same intensity he'd brought to his first year at Hogwarts, studying, training, investigating, growing stronger in every way he could. The investigation into his parents' will had stalled completely, buried under bureaucratic obstacles and political pressure. But Amelia Bones hadn't given up, and neither had Harry. They were playing a long game, waiting for the right moment to strike. Draco's letters continued to arrive, each one carrying fragments of information about Lucius Malfoy's activities. The picture they painted was troubling. The elder Malfoy was preparing for something, marshalling resources and alliances for a future he seemed increasingly confident was coming. And somewhere out there, Voldemort lurked, waiting for his chance to return. Harry trained harder. The day before his 11th birthday, a letter arrived from Hogwarts. Not the standard supply list, something different. An official-looking envelope with the Hogwarts crest and his name written in elegant script. He opened it to find a note from Dumbledore. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. The events of last year have given me much to think about, and I believe we should speak before term begins. There are things I should have told you long ago, things about your parents, about the prophecy, about the connection you share with Voldemort. I ask that you visit Hogwarts at your earliest convenience so that we may discuss them. I know you have little reason to trust me. But I believe transparency is the only path forward. No more secrets. No more decisions made, for your own good. You've proven yourself capable of handling the truth, and you deserve to have it. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times, parsing each word for hidden meanings. Dumbledore wanted to talk. Wanted to share information he'd been hoarding for years. Wanted to treat Harry as a partner rather than a piece on a chessboard. It could be manipulation. Probably was, on some level. But it was also an opportunity. Harry went to find Augusta. You should go, she said after reading the letter. Hear what he has to say. But remember, Dumbledore has his own agenda. Always has. Whatever he tells you, it will be shaped by what he wants you to think and do. I know. Do you? Augusta's eyes were sharp. You're young, Harry. Brilliant and capable, but young. Dumbledore has been manipulating people since before your grandparents were born. Don't assume you can outthink him. I don't. But I can learn from him. Take what's useful and discard the rest. Augusta smiled, and for once, it reached her eyes. Now you're thinking like a proper Longbottom. Harry made the trip to Hogwarts alone, arriving on a warm July morning when the castle was empty of students and filled with summer sunlight. The building seemed different without the usual chaos of term, quieter, more contemplative, as if it too was taking time to rest and reflect. Dumbledore met him in the headmaster's office, looking tired but determined. Thank you for coming, Harry. Please, sit. Harry took the offered chair, keeping his expression neutral. You said you wanted to tell me things. About my parents. About Voldemort. Yes. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. I've made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Decisions that seemed right at the time but caused tremendous harm. Your childhood was one of those mistakes. I told myself I was protecting you, but really I was protecting myself, from having to face the consequences of my choices, from having to admit that I didn't have all the answers. I know. We've discussed this. We have. But what I haven't told you, what I should have told you years ago, is why Voldemort came for you in the first place. Harry leaned forward slightly. The prophecy. You know about it? You mentioned it. During our first meeting. I told you it existed. I didn't tell you what it said. Dumbledore reached into his desk and produced a small glass sphere, swirling with silver mist. This is a copy. The original was destroyed years ago, but the words remain. He set the sphere on the desk between them, and a voice emerged, reedy and strange, speaking words that had shaped Harry's entire life. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The office was silent when the voice faded. Harry absorbed the words, turning them over in his mind. So I have to kill him. Or he has to kill me. That's one interpretation. What's another? Dumbledore's smile was sad. I've spent years trying to find one. The prophecy is not necessarily literal, divination rarely is, but the core truth remains. You and Voldemort are connected in ways neither of you fully understands. That connection will define both your fates. The power he knows not. What is it? I have theories. Dumbledore hesitated. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful magic, magic that protected you as a child and may still protect you in ways we don't fully comprehend. But more than that. He looked at Harry with something approaching wonder. You have a capacity for love that Voldemort will never understand. Not romantic love, necessarily, but connection. Trust. The ability to inspire loyalty in others and to feel loyalty in return. Harry thought about Neville and Hermione, about Augusta and Remus, about the unlikely alliance he'd built with Draco. He thought about the feeling of belonging he'd found at Hogwarts, the family he'd constructed from broken pieces. Love is a weapon. Love is the most powerful force in existence. Voldemort knows only fear and control. He cannot comprehend why people would risk everything for each other, would die rather than betray those they care about. It makes him vulnerable in ways he doesn't recognize. Harry filed this away, uncertain how to use it but recognizing its importance. What else should I know? About my parents, about that night? Dumbledore told him everything. About the Order of the Phoenix, the resistance movement his parents had helped lead. About Peter Pettigrew, the friend who had betrayed them. About Sirius Black, who had been framed and imprisoned for crimes he didn't commit. Harry's breath caught. Sirius is innocent? I believe so. I didn't at first, the evidence seemed overwhelming, but in recent years, I've had cause to reconsider. Peter Pettigrew was an animagus, capable of transforming into a rat. If he faked his own death. Then Sirius has been in Azkaban for 10 years for nothing. Yes. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest. His godfather. The man who should have raised him. Rotting in prison while the real traitor walked free. How do we prove it? Dumbledore's expression was grave. Peter was spotted recently. A photograph in the Daily Prophet showed a wizarding family returning from Egypt. Their youngest son had a pet rat, a rat missing a toe. Peter cut off his finger when he faked his death. It was part of the evidence against Sirius. Indeed. The rat is almost certainly Peter in his animagus form. He's been hiding as a pet for years. Dumbledore leaned forward. The family in question was the Weasleys. Their youngest son, Ron, will be attending Hogwarts this year. Harry's mind was already racing. I need to get that rat. I need to prove what he is. We need to be careful. If Peter suspects he's been discovered, he'll flee. We'll lose our only chance to exonerate Sirius. Then we plan carefully. Set a trap he can't escape. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I want my godfather free, Professor. I want him to have the life that was stolen from him. As do I. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with old regret. Sirius was a student of mine. A friend. I failed him, just as I failed you. Then help me make it right. Something passed between them in that moment, not trust, exactly, but understanding. Two people with different agendas recognizing that their goals aligned, at least for now. Agreed, Dumbledore said. We'll work together. And Harry, he hesitated. Thank you. For giving me a chance to make amends. Harry stood to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor. The castle. It responds to me differently than it responds to others. Why? Dumbledore's smile was enigmatic. Because you belong here, Harry. The castle recognizes what the Wizengamot refused to acknowledge. You are its rightful master. What does that mean? Practically. I'm not entirely certain. The castle's magic is ancient, and much of it has been forgotten. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. But I suspect you'll discover the answer yourself, in time. You seem to have a talent for uncovering secrets. Harry left the office with his mind full of plans and revelations. Sirius. Peter. The prophecy. The castle. So many pieces on the board, so many moves to make. But for the first time since this all began, Harry felt like he could see the shape of victory. Not this year, maybe not for several years, but eventually. He would free his godfather. He would claim Hogwarts. He would face Voldemort and end the threat forever. And he would do it on his own terms. The summer sun was warm on his face as he walked through the castle gates. Behind him, Hogwarts waited, ancient and patient, full of secrets yet to be discovered. Harry smiled and headed home. The next chapter of his story was about to begin. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Gathering Storm. The summer of Harry's 11th year was the longest of his life. Not because of boredom, there was far too much to do for that, but because every day that passed was another day Sirius Black spent in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. Harry threw himself into preparation with an intensity that worried even Augusta, spending hours on research, training, and planning the operation that would expose Peter Pettigrew and free his godfather. The plan was delicate. Pettigrew had survived for a decade by being careful, by staying hidden in plain sight. One wrong move and he'd vanish again, taking with him any hope of proving Sirius's innocence. We need to control every variable, Harry said during one of their strategy sessions, spreading notes across Augusta's study. The rat can't know he's been identified until it's too late to run. Remus leaned over the papers, his face drawn. Learning about Peter's betrayal had hit him hard. He'd lost his remaining faith in the friend he'd thought was dead, and gained the terrible knowledge that he'd abandoned Sirius to undeserved torture. Peter always was a coward, Remus said quietly. He attached himself to whoever seemed strongest. James and Sirius protected him at school. When Voldemort rose, he must have decided the Dark Lord was the safer bet. His cowardice is an advantage, Harry replied. He'll avoid confrontation at any cost. If we corner him properly, he'll transform and try to flee rather than fight. And if he succeeds? He won't. We'll have animagus wards in place. The moment he transforms, he'll be trapped. Augusta nodded approvingly. You've thought this through. I've had time. Harry straightened the papers into a neat stack. The question is timing. We need to get close to the Weasley boy without arousing suspicion. That means building a relationship naturally, over the course of the school year. Can you be patient that long? Harry thought about Sirius, about the photographs he'd found in his parents' vault, a laughing young man with dark hair and a reckless grin, arm thrown around James Potter's shoulders. 10 years in Azkaban. 10 years surrounded by Dementors, reliving his worst memories, believing that everyone thought him a murderer. I can be patient, Harry said. But not a day longer than necessary. September 1st arrived with the familiar chaos of Platform 9 3/4. Harry moved through the crowd with practiced ease, acknowledging greetings from acquaintances while scanning for the distinctive red hair of the Weasley family. He spotted them near the barrier, a large clan of gingers, ranging from a pair of tall teenagers down to a small girl who couldn't be old enough for Hogwarts. The mother was fussing over a boy who looked about Harry's age, adjusting his collar and smoothing his hair. And there, poking out of the boy's pocket, was a rat. Harry felt his pulse quicken but kept his expression neutral. Target acquired. Harry. Neville appeared at his elbow, slightly out of breath. Gran made me run. She said I'd miss the train if I kept dawdling over my Mimbulus Mimbletonia. Did you bring it? Of course. Professor Sprout said I could keep it in the greenhouse. Neville's face lit up at the mention of his beloved plant. I've been working on a new feeding schedule that should increase its, Neville. Focus. Harry nodded toward the Weasley family. See the boy with the rat? That's Ron Weasley. I need to befriend him. Neville's eyes widened as he caught on. The rat. That's, yes. But we can't let anyone know we know. Act natural. They made their way toward the Weasleys, timing their approach to seem coincidental. Harry, accidentally, bumped into Ron while boarding the train, steadying himself with a friendly hand on the other boy's shoulder. Sorry about that. Crowded today. Ron's eyes went wide. Blimey, you're Harry Potter. Last time I checked. Harry smiled easily. I'm trying to find a compartment. Do you want to sit together? The offer clearly surprised Ron, who seemed caught between excitement and suspicion. Really? I mean, yeah, sure. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Nice to meet you, Ron. This is Neville Longbottom. They found a compartment and settled in. Hermione joined them shortly, already in her school robes and carrying an armload of books. The rat, Scabbers, Ron called him, dozed in Ron's pocket, showing no sign of awareness that his decade-long masquerade was about to end. Harry studied the animal without appearing to, noting the missing toe, the slightly too intelligent eyes, the way it occasionally twitched as if listening to conversation. Peter Pettigrew, hiding in plain sight. The man who had killed Harry's parents as surely as if he'd cast the curse himself. It took considerable self-control not to grab the rat and snap its neck. Instead, Harry made conversation. He asked Ron about his family, his interests, his expectations for Hogwarts. He laughed at Ron's jokes and sympathized with his complaints about being the youngest of 6 brothers. He built the foundation of a friendship, one that would give him access to the rat when the time was right. It felt manipulative because it was manipulative. Harry didn't enjoy it. But some things were more important than his comfort. The second year at Hogwarts began with familiar rhythms and new complications. Harry had grown over the summer, not just physically, though he'd finally started to shed the stunted look of childhood malnutrition, but in presence. People noticed when he entered a room. Conversations paused. Eyes tracked his movement. He used it. A smile here, a kind word there, and he accumulated influence like a miser collecting coins. First years sought his approval. Upper years wanted his attention. Even some professors treated him differently, as if recognizing something in him that transcended his student status. Draco continued their covert communication, each letter bringing new fragments of information about Lucius Malfoy's activities. The picture that emerged was troubling. Father's been meeting with people, Draco reported during one of their rare in-person conversations, conducted in an unused classroom under multiple privacy wards. Old families, old alliances. He doesn't say much around me, but I've heard names. Not. Crabbe. Goyle. Avery. Harry recognized the names, all former Death Eaters, all allegedly reformed. He's rebuilding the network. It looks that way. And there's something else. Draco hesitated. He's been particularly interested in Hogwarts this year. The Board of Governors has been meeting more frequently, and Father always comes back looking, satisfied. Satisfied how? Like he's winning something. Like pieces are falling into place. Harry filed this away for later investigation. Lucius Malfoy playing political games was dangerous enough, but if he was specifically targeting Hogwarts. Keep watching. And Draco, be careful. If your father suspects anything, he won't. But there was fear in Draco's eyes that belied his confident words. The attacks began in October. The first victim was Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, found petrified in a corridor with a message written in blood on the wall: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry examined the scene before it was cleaned, using his connection to the castle to sense the residual magic. Something old had been here, something that predated the modern wards, something that felt wrong in a way he couldn't quite articulate. "The Chamber of Secrets," Hermione said, her voice hushed as they huddled in the library. "It's a legend. Salazar Slytherin supposedly built a hidden chamber somewhere in the castle, containing a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns." "Legends usually have some basis in truth," Harry replied. "If someone's opened this chamber, we need to find out who and how." The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a Muggleborn first year who had the unfortunate habit of following Harry with a camera, was found petrified near Gryffindor Tower. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff. Then nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, though how a ghost could be petrified, no one could explain. Fear spread through the school like a plague. Students traveled in groups, avoiding empty corridors. Muggleborns were especially terrified, sleeping in shifts and jumping at shadows. Harry watched and investigated. The pattern was clear: all victims were Muggleborn or connected to Muggleborns. All were found alone. All had been petrified, not killed. "Why petrification?" he asked during a late-night session with Hermione and Neville. "If the monster is supposed to kill Muggleborns, why are they still alive?" "Maybe the attacks aren't working properly," Neville suggested. "Like the monster is weakened somehow. Or someone's controlling it," Hermione added. "Making it less lethal deliberately." But why would they do that? Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy's satisfied expression, about the Board of Governors' increased meetings. About the political advantage that could be gained from a crisis at Hogwarts. "Because deaths would force a shutdown," he said slowly. "The ministry would have to close the school. But petrifications, those create fear without forcing immediate action. They let the crisis build." "Build to what?" "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out." The investigation led Harry into the bowels of the castle, following traces of ancient magic that his connection to Hogwarts allowed him to sense. He found hidden passages, forgotten rooms, and finally, deep beneath the dungeons, a bathroom that seemed unremarkable until he noticed the snake carved into one of the taps. He stared at the snake for a long moment, then did something he'd never tried before. He spoke to it. The words came out as a hiss, not English, something else, something that felt natural in a way that should have been disturbing. The tap glowed briefly, and the sink began to sink into the floor, revealing a dark passage leading down. Harry stared into the darkness, his heart pounding. Parseltongue. He could speak to snakes. Which meant what, exactly? He backed away from the entrance, his mind racing. This required more information, more preparation. He couldn't go charging into Slytherin's secret chamber without understanding what he was facing. But he knew how to get in now. And when the time was right, he would use that knowledge. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Harry was leaving the library late one evening when a house elf appeared directly in his path, not the Longbottom elves he'd grown accustomed to, but a stranger with huge green eyes and a pillowcase that had clearly seen better days. "Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts," the elf squeaked. "Harry Potter is in terrible danger." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. "Who are you? How did you get past the wards?" "Dobby, sir." "Dobby is a house elf." The creature wrung his hands in distress. Dobby has been trying to warn Harry Potter all year, sir. Terrible things are planned. Harry Potter must leave. What things? Who's planning them? But Dobby was already shaking his head violently, ears flapping. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is bound. But Dobby knows Harry Potter is a great wizard, a kind wizard. Dobby does not want Harry Potter to be hurt. Harry studied the elf, his mind working. House elves were bound to wizarding families. If this Dobby knew about the attacks, it meant his masters were involved. Dobby. Who do you serve? The elf's eyes went wide with terror. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby will have to punish himself for even coming here, then don't say. Just, nod if I'm right. Harry took a breath. Your masters are the Malfoys. Dobby burst into tears but nodded frantically before vanishing with a crack. Harry stood in the empty corridor, pieces clicking into place. The Malfoys were behind the attacks. Lucius Malfoy had somehow opened the Chamber of Secrets, or arranged for it to be opened. The political maneuvering, the Board of Governors meetings, the building crisis, it was all connected. He needed to find proof. And he needed to stop the attacks before someone was killed. Harry accelerated his timeline. The plan to capture Pettigrew had been designed for the end of the school year, but circumstances demanded adaptation. If Lucius Malfoy was orchestrating the chamber attacks, Harry needed leverage, something to force the man's hand, to expose his crimes before anyone else was hurt. Sirius Black's exoneration would be that leverage. A public revelation that the Ministry had imprisoned an innocent man, combined with the capture of the real traitor, would shake the establishment to its core. In the chaos, Harry could act. He gathered his allies. This weekend, he told Hermione and Neville. We confront Peter. I need you both ready. What about Ron? Neville asked. He's going to notice when his rat turns into a man. Ron will have to deal with it. I'll explain afterward, as much as I can without compromising Draco. Hermione looked troubled. Harry, are you sure about this? The timing feels rushed. People are being attacked. People I'm responsible for, whether I hold the official title or not. Harry met her eyes. I can't wait any longer. The confrontation happened on a Saturday evening, in an unused classroom that Harry had prepared in advance. Ron had been easy to lure. Harry had simply asked for help with a personal project, and mentioned that it involved the rat. Ron, trusting and unsuspecting, had brought Scabbers without question. What's this about, mate? Ron asked, looking around the room at the assembled group. Harry, Neville, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Remus Lupin, who had arrived at Hogwarts that morning under the pretense of visiting Dumbledore. Ron, I need you to put Scabbers on the table. What? Why? Because that's not a rat. Harry's voice was steady but hard. That's Peter Pettigrew, the man who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Ron's face cycled through confusion, disbelief, and something approaching horror. That's mental. Scabbers is just a rat. I've had him for years, 12 years, Remus said quietly. An unusually long life for a common rat, don't you think? Ron. Harry stepped forward. I know this is hard to hear. But I have proof. Peter was an animagus, he could transform into a rat. When Sirius Black was accused of betraying my parents, Peter faked his own death and escaped in his animal form. He's been hiding ever since. The rat in Ron's hands began to squirm, suddenly very aware of the danger. Ron gripped it tighter, his face pale. This is insane. Scabbers isn't, he's not, there's a way to prove it, Hermione said. A spell that forces Animagi to reveal their true form. If we're wrong, nothing will happen. If we're right. Ron looked at the rat, at Harry, at the others. The conflict in his face was painful to watch. Do it, he said finally. If it's really just a rat, then this is all some massive joke and you can buy me dinner. But if it's not. Remus raised his wand. Hold him steady. The spell hit Scabbers with a flash of blue light. The rat shrieked, a sound that was already becoming too human, and began to twist and grow. 10 seconds later, a man stood where the rat had been. Peter Pettigrew was pale and balding, with watery eyes and a face that might have been pleasant once but had become something pinched and desperate. He looked around the room with naked terror, his eyes settling on Harry. "Please," he whimpered. "Please, you don't understand. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, you betrayed my parents." Harry's voice was ice. "You told Voldemort where to find them. You let Sirius take the blame for your crimes. I didn't have a choice." "He would have, everyone has a choice." Harry stepped closer. "You chose to serve a monster. You chose to murder your friends. You chose to let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for 10 years. Those were your choices, Peter. Now you get to live with the consequences." Remus bound Pettigrew with magical ropes while Hermione drafted a message for the DMLE. Ron sat in stunned silence, staring at the man who had been his pet. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. "I know this is a lot." "A lot?" Ron's voice cracked. "I slept with that thing in my bed. I fed it. He broke off, looking ill. "None of this is your fault. Peter fooled everyone. Adults, the Ministry, the entire wizarding world. You couldn't have known. But you knew." "How?" Harry hesitated. "I've been investigating my parents' deaths for over a year. Things didn't add up: Sirius's arrest, the lack of a trial, the witnesses who were never questioned. Once I started pulling on threads, the whole thing unraveled. And you didn't tell me. I couldn't. Not without risking Peter finding out and running. I'm sorry, Ron. Truly." Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he let out a shaky breath. "You're going to get your godfather out? This proves he's innocent?" "Yes." "Good." Ron's jaw set. "Scabbers, Peter, he looked me in the eye for years. Acted like a pet while he was really, that." He shook his head. "I want to be there when they clear Sirius's name. I want to see it." Harry extended his hand. "Deal." They shook on it, and something solidified between them, not the friendship Harry had cultivated for strategic purposes, but something real. Something forged in shared outrage and the promise of justice. The news of Pettigrew's capture exploded across magical Britain. Harry had carefully managed the release of information, ensuring that maximum pressure was applied to the Ministry. The Prophet ran headlines about the shocking revelation, the wrongful imprisonment, the decade of injustice. Public opinion shifted overnight from acceptance of Sirius's guilt to furious demands for his release. Sirius was transferred from Azkaban to Ministry holding cells within 48 hours. A week later, he was formally exonerated by the Wizengamot, with full acknowledgement that he had been imprisoned without trial on falsified evidence. Harry was there when they released him. Sirius Black was a shadow of the man in the photographs, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his dark hair streaked with premature gray. But when he saw Harry, something sparked in those haunted eyes. Something that might have been hope. "Harry." His voice was rough from years of disuse. "You look like James. Exactly like James. Except the eyes." Sirius's laugh was more of a croak, but it was genuine. "Lily's eyes. God, she would have been so proud of you. Taking on the Ministry, proving my innocence, you're more like her than you know. I did what needed to be done. You did what no one else could or would." Sirius gripped Harry's shoulders, his hands trembling. 10 years. 10 years in that place, and the whole time I thought no one would ever know the truth. I thought I'd die there, and everyone would remember me as a traitor. Never. Harry's voice was fierce. I never would have let that happen. They stood there for a long moment, godfather and godson, two survivors of the same tragedy finally reunited. What happens now? Sirius asked. Now you recover. We have a room prepared at Longbottom Manor. Augusta's agreed to host you while you regain your strength. And after? Harry smiled. After, we have work to do. There are people who put you in Azkaban, people who let you stay there. They're going to answer for what they did. Sirius's answering grin was wolfish despite his weakness. I always liked that about the Potters. They never forgot a grudge. The Chamber of Secrets crisis came to a head 3 days after Sirius's release. Harry had been splitting his attention between his godfather's recovery and the ongoing investigation into the attacks. But his connection to the castle had been growing stronger, and one night, it showed him something that demanded immediate action. A girl. First year. Being dragged into a bathroom by something he couldn't see. Harry was moving before he consciously decided to act. He found the entrance to the chamber standing open, the sink descended into the floor. Without hesitation, he dropped into the darkness, sliding down a long pipe until he emerged in a vast underground cavern. The Chamber of Secrets was everything the legends had promised, cavernous, ancient, dominated by a massive stone face that was unmistakably Salazar Slytherin. And lying at the foot of that statue was a small red-haired girl, unconscious and pale. Ginny Weasley. Ron's sister. Harry recognized her from the brief introduction at King's Cross. A figure stood over her, tall, dark-haired, handsome in a cold way. He turned as Harry approached, and his smile was triumphant. Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Who are you? My name is Tom Riddle. Although I'm told I have another name these days. The figure's smile widened. Lord Voldemort. Harry's blood went cold, but he kept his voice steady. You're a memory. A ghost. I'm more than that now. Ginny has been writing in my diary for months, pouring her soul into its pages. And I've been drinking it in. Riddle gestured to the girl at his feet. Soon I'll be strong enough to leave this chamber. Strong enough to finish what I started 11 years ago. Harry assessed the situation. Riddle was still partially translucent, not fully corporeal. The diary, a small black book lying near Ginny's hand, was clearly the anchor for his existence. Destroy the diary, destroy Riddle. But between Harry and the diary stood the entrance to Slytherin's statue. And from that entrance, something was emerging. A snake. But not just a snake, the largest serpent Harry had ever seen, its scales dark as midnight, its eyes covered by some kind of film that had cracked and fallen away. A basilisk. The monster of Slytherin's chamber. Kill him, Riddle commanded. The basilisk lunged. Harry dove aside, barely avoiding the massive fangs. His wand came up, spells flying, but they splashed harmlessly against scales that had been resisting magic for 1,000 years. The eyes. A basilisk's gaze was lethal, but only if you met it directly. The victims throughout the year had been petrified, not killed, because they'd seen the creature indirectly, through reflections, through ghosts, through camera lenses. Harry kept his eyes down, tracking the serpent by sound and the vibrations in the floor. It was enormous, fast, and deadly, and he was a second year with no idea how to fight something like this. He needed help. And then he realized, he had help. He just needed to ask for it. Hogwarts, he called out, reaching for the connection that had been building all year. I need you. The castle answered. The chamber shook. Ancient magic, older than Riddle's diary, older than Slytherin's monster, responded to the call of its master. Harry felt power flood through him, not his own magic, but the castle's, vast and protective. The basilisk screamed as the floor beneath it began to shift, stones rising to trap and bind. The creature thrashed, but the castle held firm. Harry ran for the diary. Riddle tried to intercept him, but his incorporeal form passed through Harry without effect. Harry grabbed the small black book and looked around for something, anything, that could destroy it. The basilisk. Its venom was one of the most destructive substances in the magical world. Harry moved before he could second-guess himself. While the creature was still trapped, he grabbed a fallen fong from where it had broken against the stone, and drove it through the diary. The book screamed. Ink poured from the wound like blood, and Riddle's form began to dissolve, shrieking with rage and disbelief. No. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be defeated by a child. You already were, Harry said. 11 years ago. And now again. Riddle dissolved into nothing. The diary crumbled to ash. And in the silence that followed, Ginny Weasley gasped and opened her eyes. Harry helped the shaking girl to her feet and guided her toward the entrance. The basilisk, released from the castle's grip when Harry's immediate need passed, watched them go with eyes that seemed almost grateful to be free of Riddle's control. The diary, Ginny whispered. I didn't know, it's not your fault. The diary was designed to possess whoever used it. You couldn't have known. But the attacks, people were hurt because of me, because of Riddle. Because of whoever gave you that diary. Harry's voice hardened. Do you remember where you got it? Ginny shook her head, then paused. I think it was in my cauldron. When we were in Diagon Alley. I don't remember anyone putting it there, but it just appeared. Diagon Alley. Where the Malfoys had been present. Where Lucius could easily have slipped something into a young girl's belongings. Harry had his proof. Now he just needed to use it. The aftermath of the chamber was carefully managed. Harry gave a statement to Dumbledore and the Board of Governors, describing the discovery of the chamber, the confrontation with Riddle, and the destruction of the diary. He left out certain details, his connection to the castle, his suspicions about Malfoy, but provided enough truth to satisfy the investigators. The board was shaken. A dark artifact, planted on a student, had nearly resulted in deaths. Questions were being asked about security, about oversight, about how such a thing could have happened. Harry watched Lucius Malfoy's face during the emergency meeting and saw the mask slip, just for a moment. Fear. The man was afraid. Good. The diary was designed to open the Chamber of Secrets, Harry reported, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. It contained a fragment of Voldemort's power, preserved from his time as a student here. Whoever planted it intended for the attacks to happen. And do you have any idea who might have done this? One of the governors asked. Harry met Lucius Malfoy's eyes. I have suspicions. But suspicions aren't proof. The message was clear. I know what you did. I can't prove it yet. But I will. Malfoy's smile was fixed, brittle. Perhaps the investigation should focus on finding actual evidence rather than entertaining the theories of children. Perhaps, Harry agreed pleasantly. But in my experience, the truth has a way of coming out eventually. The meeting ended inconclusively, but the balance of power had shifted. Malfoy had been exposed as vulnerable, his carefully laid plans disrupted by a 12-year-old. The other governors were looking at him differently now, with suspicion, with distance. The first cracks had appeared. Harry intended to widen them. Summer arrived with a sense of accomplishment and anticipation. Harry had achieved more than he'd dared to hope. Sirius was free and recovering at Longbottom Manor, growing stronger every day. Peter Pettigrew was in Azkaban, awaiting trial for his many crimes. The Chamber of Secrets was closed, its monster subdued. And Lucius Malfoy was wounded, his position on the Board of Governors increasingly precarious. But there was still so much to do. The Hogwarts claim, Harry said during a strategy session with Augusta, Sirius, and Remus. I want to try again. Augusta raised an eyebrow. The Wisengamot rejected your petition last year. They rejected the legal argument. But there's another way. Harry leaned forward. The castle recognizes me. I felt it during the chamber crisis, when I called for help, it answered. That's not something that can be argued in court or decided by vote. It's fact. And how do you intend to demonstrate this fact? By using it. The Board of Governors has been compromised, Malfoy's proved that. The Ministry's oversight has failed. Hogwarts needs someone who can actually protect it, and I'm the only one the castle will accept. Sirius grinned, looking more like himself every day. You're planning a coup. I'm planning a restoration. The Potter's claim was never legally extinguished. All I'm doing is exercising rights that were always mine. The others exchanged looks, Augusta calculating, Remus concerned, Sirius delighted. This will make powerful enemies, Augusta warned. I already have powerful enemies. At least this way I'll have something worth defending. Augusta studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. What do you need? Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. I need Lucius Malfoy off the Board of Governors. I need the Ministry too distracted to interfere. And I need to be back at Hogwarts before term starts, so I can begin preparations. That's a tall order for 2 months. Then we'd better get started. The Dobby situation proved unexpectedly useful. Harry had been thinking about the Malfoy house elf since their encounter the previous year. A servant who had risked punishment to warn Harry about danger, who had shown loyalty despite his binding, that was valuable. He tracked Dobby down through careful inquiries and arranged a meeting in the room where they'd first spoken. Harry Potter, sir. The elf's eyes were huge with fear and hope. Dobby is so happy to see Harry Potter again. But Dobby's masters, if they find out, they won't. And after tonight, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Dobby's ears perked up. Sir. Harry produced a sock from his pocket. Lucius Malfoy isn't going to be your master much longer, Dobby. But I need your help to make that happen. Are you willing? The elf's tears were answer enough. What followed was a careful orchestration of exposure and consequence. Dobby, it turned out, knew a great deal about Lucius Malfoy's activities, including where certain incriminating documents were hidden and which ministry officials were receiving his bribes. Harry compiled the information, verified what he could, and prepared a package for Amelia Bones. The resulting investigation was explosive. Lucius Malfoy was arrested 3 weeks before the start of term, charged with conspiracy, bribery, and, most damning, knowingly providing a dark artifact to a minor with intent to cause harm. The diary could be traced to his possession through Gringotts records, and Dobby's testimony, given freely after Harry presented him with the sock, provided the final piece of evidence. You've done it, Draco said during their final meeting before the school year. His voice was strange, a mixture of relief and grief and something Harry couldn't quite identify. My father is going to Azkaban. Yes. I should hate you for this. Do you? Draco was quiet for a long moment. No. He was going to destroy everything, the school, innocent people, me. I knew what he was doing, and I helped you stop it. This is what had to happen. That doesn't make it easy. No. Draco's smile was brittle. It doesn't. But I'm done being my father's son. I want to be something else. Something better. Harry extended his hand. Then let's find out what that looks like. They shook, and for the first time, it felt like they were truly on the same side. The Board of Governors met in emergency session to address the Malfoy scandal. By unanimous vote, Lucius was removed from his position and stripped of all influence over Hogwarts. Harry attended the meeting, not as a petitioner this time, but as an observer. He watched the other governors scramble to distance themselves from Malfoy's crimes, watched them posture and position and desperately try to preserve their own power. And when the session ended, he approached the chief governor, a witch named Celeste Greengrass, who had been notably skeptical of Malfoy for years. Madam Greengrass. A word? She regarded him with cautious interest. "Mr. Potter. Quite a dramatic few months you've had." The drama was necessary. Hogwarts was in danger, and the people responsible for protecting it were actively causing that danger. "You're referring to Malfoy." "I'm referring to a system that allowed Malfoy to operate. A system of patronage and politics that prioritized power over children's safety." Harry met her eyes. "I want to change that system. And I'd like your help." Greengrass raised an eyebrow. "You're very direct for a 12-year-old. I've found that directness saves time. The board has a vacancy now, Malfoy's seat. I want to propose a candidate." "You?" Her tone was skeptical. "No. Not me, not yet. I'm proposing Sirius Black." Whatever Greengrass had expected, it wasn't that. Black? The man who was just released from Azkaban. The man who was wrongfully imprisoned for crimes he didn't commit. The man who is Harry Potter's godfather and legal guardian. The man who has every reason to want Hogwarts protected from dark influence. Harry's voice was steady. He spent the last year recovering, studying, preparing. He understands what the school needs. And what does the school need, in your opinion? Oversight that actually oversees. Accountability that actually holds people accountable. Protection that actually protects. Harry paused. The board failed. For years, it failed. Sirius won't let that happen again. Greengrass studied him for a long moment. "You're playing a long game, Mr. Potter." "I'm playing the only game that matters." "And if the board declines your suggestion?" Harry smiled. "Then I'll find another way. But I think you'll find that Sirius Black is an attractive candidate. He has support from the public, from the prophet, from families who are tired of Malfoy's faction controlling everything. He's exactly what the board needs to rebuild its credibility." Greengrass was silent, calculating. Harry could see the political math running behind her eyes, the advantages, the risks, the opportunities. "I'll bring it to the board," she said finally. "No promises. That's all I ask." Sirius Black was appointed to the Board of Governors by a vote of 7-4. Harry watched the announcement from the gallery of the Wizengamot chamber, standing beside Neville and Hermione and Ron, who had become a genuine friend in the months since Pettigrew's capture. Around them, the political landscape of magical Britain was shifting, fault lines opening where solid ground had seemed certain. "You did it," Hermione whispered. "You actually did it." "We did it," Harry corrected. "All of us. I couldn't have accomplished any of this alone." "What happens now?" Neville asked. Harry looked at the chamber below, at the governors who were reluctantly accepting Sirius, at the ministry officials who were still reeling from Malfoy's arrest. At the world that was slowly, inexorably, beginning to change. "Now," he said, "we go back to school. And we keep building." The castle waited. The future beckoned. And Harry Potter, 12 years old and already reshaping the wizarding world, walked toward both with steady steps and clear eyes. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, the first year September 1st arrived with rain. It fell in sheets across platform 9 3/4, drumming against the scarlet engine and turning the platform into a maze of umbrellas and hastily cast water-repelling charms. Harry stood at the edge of the chaos, watching families say goodbye, watching children bounce with excitement, watching the ordinary magic of a new school year unfold. He was 12 years old. He owned, or would soon own, once the final legal challenges were resolved, the school these children were about to attend. He had freed his godfather, exposed a conspiracy, defeated a fragment of Voldemort, and fundamentally altered the political landscape of magical Britain. And now he was going back to class. The absurdity of it struck him, and he laughed, a genuine sound that surprised even him. "Something funny?" Sirius appeared at his elbow, looking healthier than he had in months. His new position on the Board of Governors required him to attend certain functions at Hogwarts, which meant he'd be visiting regularly throughout the year. Just thinking about how strange my life has become. Strange is one word for it. Sirius grinned. Revolutionary might be another. Earth-shattering. Unprecedented. You're enjoying this too much. I'm enjoying being alive and free and watching my godson terrify the establishment. It's the best entertainment I've had in years. Harry shook his head, but he was smiling. Having Sirius in his life, truly in his life, not just as a name on a document or a face in a photograph, had changed something fundamental. He had family now. Real family, chosen and fought for. Harry. Hermione waved from the train, her hair already frizzing in the humidity. We saved you a compartment. Go on, Sirius said, squeezing Harry's shoulder. Be a student for a while. The revolution will wait. Harry boarded the train, leaving the rain behind. The compartment was crowded, Hermione, Neville, Ron, and a girl Harry didn't recognize, with dirty blonde hair and an expression of dreamy abstraction. This is Luna Lovegood, Neville said as Harry settled into a seat. She's a second-year Ravenclaw. We met at Grand Summer Garden Party. Luna fixed Harry with pale eyes that seemed to look through him rather than at him. You have very few Raxperts around your head. That's unusual for someone your age. Thank you. Harry wasn't sure if it was a compliment. It is. Raxpert's cloud thinking. Yours is very clear. Luna smiled serenely. The castle likes you. I can tell. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, who shrugged. But something in Luna's words resonated. The castle did like him, or something like it. Their connection had grown stronger over the summer, even at a distance. How can you tell? He asked carefully. The same way I can tell that the blibbering humdingers are going to have a good migration this year. Luna's smile didn't waver. Some things are simply obvious, if you know how to look. Harry decided he liked Luna Lovegood, even if he didn't entirely understand her. The train journey passed in comfortable conversation, Ron's complaints about his brothers, Hermione's excitement about new elective courses, Neville's detailed description of a rare plant he'd acquired over the summer. Harry listened, contributed, and tried to remember what it felt like to be a normal student with normal concerns. It wasn't easy. Every time the conversation turned to classes or Quidditch or gossip, his mind wandered to the larger game he was playing. The final challenges to the Hogwarts claim. Lucius Malfoy's trial. The ongoing investigation into Ministry corruption. The lurking threat of Voldemort, still out there somewhere, still waiting. But he forced himself to stay present. These moments mattered too, the friendships, the laughter, the simple joy of being young and alive. He wouldn't let his responsibilities consume everything. Hogwarts materialized from the darkness like an old friend, its towers and turrets lit by warm golden light. Harry felt the now familiar pulse of connection as the carriages approached, the castle recognizing him, welcoming him home. The sorting ceremony added new faces to each house, including a small, nervous girl named Astoria Greengrass who ended up in Slytherin. Harry noted the name, Celeste Greengrass's daughter, probably, and filed it away for future reference. Dumbledore's welcome speech was shorter than usual, weighted with mentions of recent events and renewed commitments to safety. Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in observing the staff table. Snape looked as sour as ever. McGonagall was watching Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. And there, at the end of the table, sat a new face, Remus Lupin, in professor's robes, offering Harry the slightest of smiles. He didn't tell me, Harry murmured to Hermione. Didn't tell you what? That he'd taken a teaching position. Defense against the dark arts, if I had to guess. Dumbledore confirmed it moments later, introducing Professor Lupin to polite applause. Harry clapped harder than most, genuinely pleased. Remus deserved this, a chance to teach, to share his knowledge, to be part of a community that had shunned him for too long. The feast proceeded with the usual abundance of food and chatter. Harry ate mechanically, his attention split between a dozen different observations. The Slytherin table was quieter than usual, Draco's presence muted without his father's influence backing him. The staff seemed on edge, their smiles strained. And the castle itself felt different, watchful, anticipatory, as if waiting for something to happen. After the feast, Harry made his way not to Gryffindor Tower but to an unused classroom on the 7th floor. He'd received a note during dinner, written in familiar handwriting, "We should talk." Midnight. The usual place. Draco was already there when Harry arrived, pacing by the window with barely contained agitation. "What's wrong?" "Everything." Draco turned, and Harry was struck by how different he looked, thinner, paler, with dark circles under his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. "My father's trial is next month. My mother is barely holding the family together. Half of our former allies won't speak to us, and the other half are circling like vultures waiting to pick over the remains." "I'm sorry." "Are you?" Draco's voice was sharp. "You did this, Harry. You brought my father down. Your father brought himself down. He planted that diary. He endangered children. He was planning to use the chamber attacks to seize control of Hogwarts." Harry kept his voice steady. "I didn't make him do any of that." "I know." Draco deflated, slumping against the wall. "I know. I helped you stop him, remember? I'm not blaming you for what he did. I'm just—" He ran a hand through his hair. "I don't know what I am." Harry sat on a desk, giving Draco space. "You're someone trying to figure out who you want to be. That's not easy, especially when your whole life has been defined by someone else's expectations. Was it like that for you? With the Dursleys? Different circumstances, but yes. I spent years being told what I was, a freak, a burden, worthless. It took time to realize those definitions weren't true." Harry paused. "You're not your father, Draco. You've already proven that." "Have I? Sometimes I look in the mirror and all I see is him looking back." "Then change what you see. Make choices he never would have made. Build something he never could have built." Harry met Draco's eyes. "You have a chance to define the Malfoy name for a new generation. That's not nothing." Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "The trial. My mother's going to testify. She knows things that could implicate others." He hesitated. "She's scared. Scared of what happens if she talks, scared of what happens if she doesn't." "What kind of things?" "Names. Dates. Money transfers. My father kept records of everything, insurance, he called it. But insurance only works if people are afraid of what you'll release." Draco's laugh was bitter. "Now that he's in ministry custody, that leverage is gone." Harry's mind was already working. Records. Evidence. Potential witnesses. If your mother testifies fully, gives up everything she knows, I can help her. Political protection, legal support, a chance to rebuild without constantly looking over her shoulder. In exchange for what? Information that helps me clean up the rest of the rot. Names of Death Eaters who escaped justice. Evidence of ongoing ministry corruption. Everything your father knew about Voldemort's remaining followers. Draco stared at him. "You're asking me to betray my entire family's legacy. I'm offering you a chance to build a new one." Harry stood, crossing to where Draco stood by the window. "Your family's legacy is stained with blood and dark magic. You can spend your life trying to redeem it, fighting against a reputation you didn't earn, or you can start fresh. Be the first Malfoy in generations who's known for something other than cruelty and manipulation. Easy for you to say. Nothing about this is easy. But it's right." Harry extended his hand. "What do you say? Partners for real this time?" Draco looked at the offered hand for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression, resolution, perhaps, or resignation. "Partners," he said, and shook. The first weeks of term established new patterns. Harry threw himself into classes with genuine enthusiasm, particularly defense against the dark arts. Remus was an excellent teacher, patient, knowledgeable, capable of making even the driest material engaging. His lessons emphasized practical application over theory, which suited Harry perfectly. "Excellent work on the boggart, Harry," Remus said after a particularly challenging class. "Your Patronus is coming along nicely too." "I've been practicing." Harry didn't mention that the practice was driven by more than academic interest. A fully corporeal Patronus would be useful against Dementors, and Dementors were Azkaban's guardians. Where Voldemort had allies. Where threats could emerge. "I noticed. You've progressed faster than any student I've ever taught." Remus's expression grew serious. "But remember, you're still a student, Harry. You don't have to carry every burden yourself." "I know." "Do you?" Remus sighed. "You remind me so much of your mother sometimes. She had the same drive, the same sense of responsibility. But she also knew when to lean on others. When to let herself be supported." Harry thought about his friends, his godfather, the alliance he was building piece by piece. "I'm learning." "Good. Because the year ahead is going to be challenging." Remus lowered his voice. "Sirius told me about the final legal challenges to the Hogwarts claim. There are people who will do anything to prevent you from succeeding." "I know. Be careful, Harry. Your enemies are powerful and desperate. That's a dangerous combination." Harry nodded, but his mind was already elsewhere, planning next moves and contingencies. He'd learned to be careful. He'd also learned that caution alone wasn't enough. Sometimes you had to take risks. The Wizengamot session that would decide the Hogwarts claim was scheduled for late October. Harry spent every spare moment preparing, reviewing legal precedents with Whitmore, studying castle history with Hermione, practicing the testimony he would give. But it was Narcissa Malfoy's cooperation that proved most valuable. She arrived at Hogwarts 2 weeks before the hearing, escorted by Aurors and looking nothing like the aristocratic Ice Queen Harry had expected. Prison robes had replaced silk, and fear had replaced hauteur. But her information was precisely as valuable as Draco had suggested. "My husband kept detailed records," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Names of every Death Eater who escaped prosecution. Accounts showing bribes to ministry officials. Correspondence with the Dark Lord himself, from before his fall." Harry listened without expression, though his heart was racing. This was more than he'd hoped for, ammunition not just against the remaining Death Eaters, but against the entire corrupt system that had protected them. "Why are you telling me this?" Narcissa's eyes flickered to Draco, who sat in the corner, carefully not meeting her gaze. "Because my son convinced me that there's no future in the old ways. Because I'm tired of being afraid. Because," her voice cracked, "because I don't want to lose him too." Harry nodded slowly. "Testify fully at the trial. Give the Wizengamot everything you know. In return, I'll ensure you receive a reduced sentence and protection from retaliation. You can promise that?" "You're 12 years old. I'm 12 years old with more political influence than most adults. The people who tried to destroy me are in prison or disgrace. The people who helped me are rising." Harry's voice was quiet but implacable. "I keep my promises, Mrs. Malfoy. I also keep my enemies." Something shifted in Narcissa's expression, not warmth, exactly, but recognition. She was seeing him clearly for the first time, seeing the person he'd become. "Very well," she said. "I'll testify." The trial was explosive. Narcissa's testimony implicated a dozen ministry officials in corruption, conspiracy, and complicity with Death Eaters. The evidence she provided led to immediate arrests, including 2 members of the Wizengamot itself. The political establishment was shaken to its core. And in the chaos, the final challenge to Harry's Hogwarts claim was quietly withdrawn. They can't fight you on two fronts, Whitmore explained after the session. With everything Narcissa revealed, the faction that was backing the challenge is in complete disarray. They've chosen to cut their losses rather than risk further exposure. Harry absorbed this. After years of struggle, after legal battles and political maneuvering and more compromises than he cared to count, it was finally done. He owned Hogwarts. The castle seemed to pulse around him, ancient magic responding to the formalization of what it had always known. Doors opened more easily. Passages aligned themselves in his favor. The very stones seemed to hum with satisfaction. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked that evening, after the celebrations had wound down and they sat alone in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had graciously offered the space for their conversation. "I don't know." Harry stared out the window at the grounds below. "I've wanted this for so long. Fought for it for years. And now that it's real." He trailed off. "It's overwhelming. It's terrifying." Harry turned to face his godfather. "I'm responsible for this place now. For everyone in it. Students, staff, house elves, they're all depending on me to do this right." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled Harry into a fierce hug. "You're not alone," he said into Harry's hair. "You've never been alone, even when it felt that way. You have friends, family, allies, people who will help you carry this weight." "I know." "Do you?" Sirius pulled back, gripping Harry's shoulders. "Because I watched James carry too much by himself. I watched it wear him down, make him reckless, eventually get him killed. You're smarter than he was, more careful, but you're still just a kid. You need to let people help you." Harry thought about Hermione's research, Neville's quiet support, Ron's uncomplicated friendship. About Draco's complicated alliance and Luna's strange insights. About Remus's teaching and Augusta's guidance and Whitmore's legal expertise. "I'm learning," he said again. And this time, he almost believed it. The changes began immediately. Harry's first act as Hogwarts owner was to establish a student welfare office, a place where children could report concerns without fear of dismissal or retaliation. He staffed it with carefully vetted counselors, people whose first loyalty was to the students rather than to politics or tradition. His second act was to reform the Board of Governors. With Sirius's help, he pushed through new transparency requirements, open meetings, published minutes, regular reports to parents. The board's power wasn't eliminated, but it was constrained. His third act was more personal. Professor Snape. Harry stood in the doorway of the potions master's office, having requested this meeting through official channels. "Thank you for seeing me." Snape looked up from his papers with an expression of deep suspicion. "Mr. Potter. I assume this visit has a purpose beyond wasting my time." "It does." Harry entered and closed the door. "I want to understand why you hate me." Whatever Snape had expected, it wasn't that. His mask slipped for a moment, revealing something raw beneath. "That's a remarkably direct question. I've found that directness saves time. You've treated me with hostility since the moment I arrived at this school. You've mocked my abilities, belittled my achievements, gone out of your way to make my life difficult. I want to know why." Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, lower, more strained. "You look like your father." "So I'm told." James Potter was arrogant. Cruel, in the way that privileged children often are. He made my life at this school a misery, and he faced no consequences because he was talented and charming and came from the right family. Snape's lip curled. "Every time I look at you, I see him looking back." Harry nodded slowly. "And my mother?" Something flickered in Snape's eyes. "Lily was different. She was kind to me when no one else was. We were friends, once. Before he stopped abruptly. Before you called her a mudblood. The word hung in the air between them. Snape flinched as if struck. She told you. She left me a letter. It mentioned a lot of things. Harry sat in a chair across from Snape's desk, making himself comfortable despite the tension. You loved her. That's why you turned against Voldemort, because he threatened her. Who told you that? Dumbledore. He thought I should understand your complicated position. Snape's expression hardened. The headmaster speaks too freely. The headmaster is trying to help me understand the people around me. Including you. Harry met Snape's eyes squarely. I'm not my father, Professor. I never had the chance to be privileged or arrogant or cruel. I grew up in a cupboard, being told I was worthless. I fought for everything I have. Snape said nothing, but something in his posture shifted. I'm not asking you to like me, Harry continued. I'm not even asking you to be fair, though I think that's not too much to expect from a teacher. I'm asking you to see me as I am, not as a ghost of someone you hated. The silence stretched between them. You have her eyes, Snape said finally. I see them every time you look at me, and I remember what I lost. What I destroyed with my own stupidity and pride. His voice was barely a whisper. It's not easy to face that. Not easy to separate you from the pain you represent. I understand. And Harry did, more than Snape probably realized. But I'm not going away, Professor. I'm going to be here for years to come, in one capacity or another. We can spend that time as enemies, constantly circling each other, wasting energy on a conflict neither of us wants. Or we can find a way to coexist. You're offering me a truce. I'm offering you a chance to choose who you want to be. The bitter man who never escaped his past, or someone who learned from his mistakes and built something better. Harry smiled slightly. I've made that offer to a few people now. Some take it. Some don't. The choice is yours. He rose and headed for the door. Potter. Harry turned. Snape's expression was unreadable, but something in his eyes had changed. I'll consider your proposal. That's all I ask. Harry left, feeling like something important had shifted, not resolved, but begun. Winter settled over Hogwarts, bringing snow and cold and the quiet contemplation of the holiday season. Harry stayed at the castle over Christmas, using the empty corridors for exploration and the quiet library for research. He was mapping the castle's magic, trying to understand the full extent of his connection to Hogwarts. The building responded to his presence in ways both obvious and subtle, doorways that appeared when he needed them, passages that shortened when he was in a hurry, a constant sense of awareness that bordered on communication. You're learning to listen, Luna said one evening, finding him in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. The castle has been waiting for someone who could hear it. How do you know that? Luna smiled serenely. The same way I know the Nargles are especially active this time of year. Some things simply are. Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's observations, however strangely phrased. What else can you tell me about the castle? It's old. Much older than people think. The founders didn't create it, they claimed it, shaped it, made it into what they needed. But the magic beneath. Luna's eyes went distant. That magic remembers things from before. Things that want to wake up. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold. What kinds of things? I don't know. But they're patient. They've been waiting a long time. Luna refocused on him. You should be careful, Harry Potter. You're not the only one the castle recognizes as master. She drifted away before Harry could ask what she meant. He spent the rest of the holiday investigating, probing the castle's depths, searching for whatever Luna had sensed. And in the darkness beneath the dungeons, in passages that appeared on no map and responded to no key, he found it. A chamber. Not Slytherin's, this was older, deeper, carved into the bedrock that Hogwarts was built upon. Ancient runes covered the walls, their meaning lost to time. And in the center of the chamber, suspended in a web of crystallized magic, something pulsed with slow, patient life. A heartbeat. The castle's heartbeat. Harry approached carefully, feeling the magic intensify with each step. The thing in the web was aware of him, not hostile, but ancient beyond comprehension. It had been here since before the Founders, since before recorded history. It was Hogwart's true core, the source of all the castle's magic. And it was waiting. "What do you want?" Harry whispered. The response came not in words but in images, flashes of the past, glimpses of possible futures. The Founders discovering this chamber, making their bargain with the power within. Centuries of students and teachers, their magic feeding the core, maintaining the balance. And then corruption, something attaching itself to the castle's magic, feeding on it, growing stronger. Voldemort. The Chamber of Secrets. The diary. Harry saw it now, how Riddle's fragment had tapped into the castle's power, how it had been using Hogwarts' own magic to sustain itself. He'd destroyed the diary, but the connection remained. Somewhere in the castle, the corruption lingered. "Show me," he said. The visions shifted, leading him through twisting passages and forgotten rooms, until he stood before a section of wall that looked no different from any other. But when he pressed his hand against it, he felt the wrongness, a cold, greedy presence that didn't belong. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. Hidden in Hogwarts for decades, feeding on the castle's magic, growing stronger while everyone else remained oblivious. Harry's blood went cold. He'd thought he understood the scope of the threat, but this was worse. Voldemort hadn't just created the diary, he'd hidden pieces of himself throughout the wizarding world, insurance against his own destruction. Horcruxes. The word surfaced from half-remembered research. Objects containing fragments of a dark wizard's soul, granting immortality at the cost of sanity and humanity. How many had Voldemort created? How many remained? Harry didn't try to destroy this one, not alone, not without understanding what he was facing. Instead, he memorized its location and returned to the surface, his mind racing with implications. He needed to tell Dumbledore. Needed to research, to plan, to find every piece of Voldemort's soul and destroy them all. Only then would the Dark Lord be truly vulnerable. The war he'd been preparing for had just become much more complicated. The spring term brought new challenges and old enemies. Lucius Malfoy's trial concluded with a guilty verdict and a sentence of 20 years in Azkaban. But his final act before imprisonment was to release information that implicated Harry in manipulation of ministry proceedings and inappropriate influence over the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The accusations were technically true. Harry had manipulated proceedings and influenced the board, but the framing made his actions sound criminal rather than justified. The prophet, never entirely trustworthy, ran with the story for a week before Harry's allies managed to shift the narrative. "You've made powerful enemies," Augusta observed during one of their strategy sessions. "Malfoy's allies won't forgive what you've done to their faction." "I didn't expect them to. But they're weakened now, scattered. They can't coordinate an effective response. Don't underestimate them. Wounded animals are the most dangerous." Augusta's eyes were sharp. "Watch your back, Harry. And watch the people around you. Anyone could be compromised." Harry took the warning seriously. He tightened security around his allies, established protocols for information sharing, and prepared contingencies for various forms of attack. But he also kept moving forward, pressing his advantage while he had it. The corruption in the castle wall was dealt with carefully, methodically. Harry brought Dumbledore to the chamber beneath the dungeons, showed him the pulsing heart of Hogwarts magic, and explained what he'd discovered. The old wizard's face went pale as Harry described the Horcrux. "I had suspected," Dumbledore said quietly. "But I wasn't certain. The diary could have been a unique artifact, a one-time creation. But if there are more? How many? I don't know. Tom was obsessed with the number 7, it has powerful magical significance. If he followed his usual patterns. Dumbledore trailed off. 6 Horcruxes. Plus the piece that remains in his body. Perhaps. Or perhaps more, or fewer. We won't know until we find them. Dumbledore looked at Harry with something approaching respect. You've done well to discover this, Harry. Most would have tried to destroy it immediately. I learned not to act without understanding. The hard way. They destroyed the Horcrux together, Dumbledore's fiendfire, guided by Harry's connection to the castle, annihilating the corrupted piece of wall without damaging the surrounding structure. The scream that emerged as the soul fragment died echoed through Harry's bones. 1 down. At least 5 more to go. The end of the school year approached with the usual flurry of exams and preparations. Harry performed well in his classes, not the top of his year, but consistently strong across all subjects. He'd decided early on not to appear too exceptional, preferring to develop his abilities quietly rather than attracting additional attention. But some achievements couldn't be hidden. The youngest seeker in a century, Ron said, shaking his head in disbelief. And you didn't even try out, McGonagall just handed you the position. I'd prefer to have earned it properly, Harry admitted. The circumstances, catching Neville's Remembrall during an unauthorized flight, being spotted by the Gryffindor head, had been out of his control. You earned it by being brilliant. Don't apologize for that. Harry smiled but didn't argue. He'd learned that some battles weren't worth fighting. The final feast was a celebration of Gryffindor's House Cup victory, aided by Harry's Quidditch contributions, but Harry barely noticed the food or the conversation. His mind was on the summer ahead, on the plans he'd set in motion, on the challenges still to come. Voldemort was out there, diminished but not destroyed. Horcruxes needed to be found and eliminated. Political enemies were regrouping. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, ancient magic was stirring, waiting for something. Harry had accomplished more in 3 years than most wizards achieved in a lifetime. But he knew, with bone-deep certainty, that he was only getting started. Dumbledore's voice cut through his thoughts. If I could have your attention, please. The headmaster stood, and the hall fell silent. Before we conclude this year's feast, I have an announcement to make. Harry sat up straighter, sensing something significant. As many of you know, the ownership of Hogwarts has been a matter of legal dispute for some time. That dispute has now been resolved. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's across the hall. Effective immediately, Harry James Potter is recognized as the rightful owner of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. The hall exploded into noise, cheering from some tables, shocked murmurs from others, and a low hum of speculation that would fuel gossip for months. Mr. Potter has asked me to continue serving as headmaster, Dumbledore continued once the chaos subsided, and I have agreed. The day-to-day operation of the school will remain unchanged. But Mr. Potter will work closely with myself and the Board of Governors to ensure that Hogwarts fulfills its highest purpose, providing a safe, nurturing environment for every magical child who passes through these doors. He raised his goblet. To Harry Potter, and to the future of Hogwarts. The toast echoed through the hall. Harry accepted it with a nod, keeping his expression carefully neutral. But inside, something settled into place. This was what he'd been working toward, not just ownership, but legitimacy. Public recognition. The authority to make real changes. The revolution Augusta had joked about was finally beginning. The train ride home was different from any that had come before. Harry sat with his friends, Hermione and Neville and Ron and Luna, watching the countryside roll past, listening to their chatter, feeling the warmth of genuine connection. They were planning summer visits and shared projects and the kind of ordinary activities that ordinary friends engaged in. And Harry was part of it. Despite everything, the politics, the battles, the weight of responsibility, he was still capable of being young. Of having friends. Of experiencing joy. It was, he realized, the most important victory of all. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked, catching his distant expression. About how lucky I am. Harry smiled at her surprised look. I spent so long fighting just to survive. Clawing my way out of the cupboard, demanding basic justice, proving that I mattered. But somewhere along the way, I found people who cared about me. A family I built for myself. Getting sentimental on us? Ron grinned. Maybe a little. Harry looked around the compartment at the faces of the people who had become his foundation. I just wanted you all to know, whatever comes next, whatever challenges we face, I'm grateful. For all of you. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. The Raxperts say you mean it. I do. The train pulled into King's Cross as the sun was setting, painting the platform in shades of gold and amber. Harry stepped off into a world that was different from the one he'd left, changed by his actions, shaped by his choices, waiting to see what he would do next. Sirius was there to meet him, looking healthier than ever, grinning like a man who had finally remembered how to be happy. Ready to go home? Harry looked back at the Scarlet Engine, at the castle somewhere far to the north, at the future stretching out before him like an unwritten story. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. They walked together into the golden evening light, godfather and godson, two survivors of the same tragedy finally able to build something new. Behind them, the train whistle sounded, a farewell and a promise. Harry smiled and kept walking. The story was far from over. Voldemort still lurked in the shadows. Horcruxes remained hidden. Political enemies plotted revenge. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, ancient magic waited for its master to return. But for now, for this one perfect moment, Harry allowed himself to simply be. A boy going home. A wizard with friends who loved him. A survivor who had learned to thrive. The future would bring its challenges. Harry would face them as he'd faced everything else, with courage, with cunning, with the support of people who believed in him. But that was a story for another day. Today, he was just Harry. And that was enough.